All right, there we go. How's it going, everybody? It's Man Smart here. I want to thank y'all for coming through. What we're going to do today is we're going to go over. Hold on a second. Oh, I didn't know that. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over this conversation between May and this unreformed animal that seems to be within our space. Since it's quite obvious that most black men want to be friends with ignorant motherfuckers online and don't want to be serious about shit. And the only reason why I'm doing this live stream is to show you that you shouldn't be believing in PhDs unless they have an organization. Because if they're just coming online, they don't know how things work, they don't participate in the process, and they expect to get something out of a system that they don't invest in, that's really their problem and nobody else's problem. Because I'm telling you, the Denver metro area, the more you do for these people, the less they show up to participate in the process. Yeah, a lot of these dudes are that. A lot of these dudes are that. And that's fine. What I'm doing is a public service of telling people up front that you are not to trust these people. You're to trust their associations. And if the lockbox was unlocked on the Manosphere, bro, like you wouldn't have Obsidian or BGS or none of these type of people here. At the end of the day, these people need these problems to go on so that way black men can stay subjugated to black women. That's what they want. Clearly, that's what they want because they're too old to make a difference in their life. So the only thing they want to do is actually hold back the collective of men by actually marketing to a subsegment of men who don't need help. But that's kind of where we're at. So without further ado, I am going to go over this live stream. So hold on a second. Let's put the banner up and let's get ready to go. I have not listened to this, so I imagine when they come on the screen, which is where we need to start it. So that's where I'm going to start it. Unfair use, unfair use. Because we're going to play back your words and actually respond to them, which a lot of people don't like.
Are you there, May?
I'm here.
May.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Now, I brought you here precisely because I promised you that I would have a conversation with you and we could, discuss some of the issues that we were discussing without you feeling as if you're being bombarded by many others, like you had to feel.
Now, wait a minute. Off rip, that is exactly what happened. When he was up there with a whole bunch of people and they couldn't actually address a woman on the actual panel. That is exactly what happened. Is exactly what happened. So let's see how this conversation goes. Now the other conversation I watched live on how all these people wanted May to shut the fuck up and all that kind of stuff, that they couldn't really comport themselves with women online. So what we're going to do is going to keep playing this. And I'm going to stop it at multiple different points so that way we can respond to it.
So many questions simultaneously that you really couldn't actually get out your ideas or your thoughts. Okay. Now, did I not promise you that?
You did.
So have I honored my word in that regard?
You have, sir. Okay.
So look, don't disrespect May. I mean, she has a difference of opinion than I do. Okay. Now, this is not me trying to, down talk you, denigrate you, belittle, or derogate you in any way. Okay. I'm just going to tell you.
But you did. You told her to shut the fuck up multiple times when you interviewed her up in front of all your homeboys. Like, that's exactly what you were doing.
What my views are in contradistinction to yours. Okay. And this is for you. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So having said all that, the last time we were on, line and we were having a conversation, you were basically saying that, SBE doesn't work. Okay? Shame, blame, and explain. Okay? That's what you were saying. Okay? And I asked you concretely, I said, May, at the end of the day, in terms of what actually practically can be done in order to ameliorate the condition that you say you despise, that you don't like, that you think needs to be altered or changed, you gave me a list of 5 things. Do you remember what they were, May?
Yeah, I can pretty much. I pretty much took the idea. They're not my original ideas. Nation of Islam.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to play back. Let me find the spot where we was having this conversation, May, and that way, hopefully it'll come up and not be all choppy and all of that. And this is not to insult. Again, I'm not into that. All I'm trying to do is it's moving too slow.
Well, let me say this.
It's moving too slow. Yeah, it's moving too slow for my taste.
Let me say this, Gigi. I think we're all adults, and in our maturity, we know that everybody in the world does not agree. That's why we have different political parties. People have different opinions. We have different organizations that represent different, that's normal. It's not unusual. It's not anything evil or wrong for people to have differences of opinion. We all come from different backgrounds. I think it takes something special to be able to have a conversation that's civil, to say, well, this is where I agree with you and this is where I don't, and this is why. And that's what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? Asking questions and looking at stuff critically. I'm not here to, I'm not like invested in like destroying anybody or making someone look stupid. I don't have a channel.
Not you personally.
I don't have a purpose.
Not you personally, but there's some people on these internet streets, man. That's what their desire is. And I'm like, man, these motherfuckers, they have no integrity and they have no honor.
Yes, my overall point is to make you look stupid by playing back your fucking words and responding to them. What's going on, Shatera? What's going on there? Yes. But before we go forward, let's give a shout out to these people going forward, man. I swear, man, there's something wrong with this. What's going on, She? We here. I seen your comment before, but somehow it erased it. What's going on, Phil Brad, Roger Spice, Ike Ogaming, Blacko Rich, Grand Pooba, Pork Chop Proprietor, Mulatto Vanguard, XC, Seeking My Creator, Shy Guy, Fly Guy, Rat, Iman Perry, Hit More Red Pill 81, New, James Doe. I did see your comment earlier, but somehow it disappeared also. Cedric Webb, what's going on? The cynical one. I think we got Shatera. Rona Unsung. Eori 666. Yes, so let's just keep going. But somehow, I don't have any integrity because I want to see niggas dead off the planet. I'm the one with the integrity issue, but we come to a space for actual progress and start actually getting men focused back on the problems that they should have been passed in the first place. But again, I have the integrity issue, not him for feeding himself deliberately into that type of shit. Okay.
That's just my viewpoint on it. There's a lot of weirdos in this space. You are aware of that, correct?
I'm very
especially weirdos who beat up women and want to conversate with random fucking bitches online rather than addressing actual issues. male versus issues.
aware. I think a lot of things are strange, but I mean, I have to say this. I don't have a channel and I don't have any way or want any super chats. I'm just a person who I think it's important that you guys have a woman who's actually educated to talk with, because it doesn't seem like a lot of women engage. And I have a feeling that most of the women who have engaged, they probably just cut y'all out and tell you F you, and then they don't talk to y'all no more. But you guys have all these PhDs in your space. So I just think y'all do need some female intellects, academics in the spaces.
I do agree with her. I do agree with her. What's going on, Jane Sandman? Because they don't conversate with women, even though their actual points that they make, women are the beneficiary of men being led astray. Women are the direct beneficiaries of that. That's why it's good to have women in the space. One, you can see how men act around women, which none of these dudes can be trusted around women. Green Gorilla already proved that the last time he was on with several of his homeboys, and they all had to jump Nay. So that's why he's having this kind of backup scenario situation, so that way he can be able to talk with her like a rational green gorilla, I guess.
As well.
Okay, so having said that, I'm going to do something really quickly. I'm going to, and thank you for coming by, because you didn't have to actually come by. You
No,
didn't.
for sure.
Okay, so appreciate you actually showing up and agreeing to have a conversation. Okay, now I don't know if hold on, if you can see this right here. Man, everything is moving slow motion, man. I don't know if you hold on. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to make the screen bigger. Okay, this is as big as it's going to get. So everything takes place over time. Nothing happens immediately. Okay, but I mean, when it comes to black, can you hear that?
Yes.
Can everyone hear that? If you can hear that, put a 1 in the chat. I just want to make sure that can be heard. Okay. I just want to make sure if you can hear that, put a 1 in the chat, please. Okay, great. So here we go. Folks, this is the thing that really just gets my goat. It pertains to like the demand for action in the context of where we are in this geographical location, in this space, and in this time. Like, what do you expect for, like, if violence is the thing that moves, if black people right now were to start a violent maneuver in the U.S. right now,
What the fuck is this nigga talking about? What are you talking about? You had a violent revolution, apparently, but it wasn't against the United States government, man. So, give me your background, guy. You may want to cut down on the violent revolution shit, man.
what would happen to us?
It's not so much about violence.
We get decimated.
In that case, what we're talking about here was the American Revolution. And I'm not saying violence is the answer to everything, but action is. Action is what is going to actually change things. People organizing themselves because they're clear about the actions they need to take. That's what changes human history.
Wait a goddamn minute. Did this nigga bring up several of his fucking homeboys to fucking talk to her alone? Again? Again, it couldn't just be you and her. You had to bring all these niggas with you to have a conversation with a woman online. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Oh, what's going on, Dusty ass? What's going on? The last Hokage. Oh man, I ain't seen you in a while. What's going on, man?
That's all I'm saying.
How do
But
they
you
organize?
guys,
How do they organize, man?
it has nothing to do.
What the fuck? BGS is here too? No. I'm sorry. This is from the previous live stream, I think. I don't think this is this live stream. I think it's from the previous live stream when he had all these niggas up there. I hope. Because if he have her up here and all these dudes are just jumping in. Actually, it is. Because you got Dr. Thunder's stupid ass up there too. BGS. Hold on. Let's see.
Do with shaming. Like right now, we want reparations. Well, a lot of black folks want reparations. And you can shame people. You can show them all the plantations. You can show them all the corporations. You can show them every different thing. You can pull out any chart, graph, or any historical book, and you can show them how they directly benefited. This country directly benefited off of the slavery of black people, of those people. We can do that all day long. Do they really care? Hell no, they don't care. You cannot shame these people. And I'm trying to just simply say to you that America is a shameless country.
How
So anytime you're trying to shame people, you are wasting your time, is all
how
I'm
did
saying.
how
Yeah,
did you
this is
how did you get civil rights, May? Did they pick up guns to get civil rights?
I didn't say
Okay, this is from the previous live stream that Green Gorilla had with May on the panel, and she got panel jumped by a whole bunch of men asking dumbass questions rather than just have the back and forth with her and Green Gorilla. That's what this was. So BGS, somebody who doesn't vote and lives in a liberal fucking state, talking about all this stupid shit that doesn't make any sense.
say that violence is the answer. That's not my
No, no, no,
point.
no, 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 no.
My
What I'm
point
saying,
is
no, no, no,
organizing
no,
to
no, no. Listen,
action.
listen to me. Listen to me.
Organizing to
Listen,
action is what
listen,
you do.
listen to me, right? Martin Luther King. Go back and look. I'll give one thing about the movie Selma, right? That was probably one of the best movies she ever made, right? What did they do? Okay, they shamed America in front of the rest of the world. Okay, and they blamed them for rights. In other words, and you want to rule us, you want to take over us, you want to run us, but you can't even do right by your own people. Okay, by your own, the poorest and most downtrodden of people. So you're trying to make moral argument to the rest.
Well, here's the thing. BGS is right on this. It was kind of hard for America to run the war machine if you had this marketing campaign called the Civil Rights Movement where they showed up with suits on and they was watered down by the police and the National Guard didn't get involved. That was a pretty good marketing ploy by black people who was organized, by the way, at that point to get rights. They organized, they went out there in order to be able to achieve something. Now, that was that generation. Then that generation had kids like BGS who didn't do jack shit during his generation, not even take a side in his generation, not even politically organized at all. Their generation decided that they was just going to actually do nothing and make things worse so that way they can keep their position as being on top.
Of the world, because you can't force the rest of the world to follow you. Okay. So what did Martin Luther King do? We have TV, we got radio. Guess what we gonna do? We're gonna show them, we're gonna shame them in front of the whole world. And guess what they had to do? They had to give you rights, man.
They didn't shame them. You know what they did? They started using economic power, and that's why they got rid of him.
Go
And she's right on that. That Montgomery boycott scared the hell out of white people. It did. It did. If you read anything about the Montgomery bus boycott, those people were so fucking scared that black people were just going to start depending on each other that they hurried up and actually integrated. They were scared as fuck of that shit. More people was shopping at black businesses that they ever did. Most people was just riding around in cars, picking up people at bus stops and taking them to their destination. Not even using the bus system. Trust me, those people were scared as fuck because most of that money they got from the feds. And if the because you know conservatives don't like funding shit when it comes to anything that's public. So if they was going to have to foot that bill on their own without giving away all that money in tax cuts, then they was going to have to foot the bill for those buses. I ain't lying. Hey, look, I'm right now in a small ass town in Kentucky, and let me tell you, these cops are beating the shit out of these fucking white people out here. Like a motherfucker. They thought that shit was just germane to black people. Oh, hell no. Police don't like anybody without power talking shit to them.
Because he realized we have to organize and take different action. Them white folks are not ashamed, because if
May,
they were ashamed, hold on one second. If they were ashamed, we would have reparations right now. They
No,
would
you
have
would.
already said, yep, you're
Okay.
right. Yep, slavery. Yep, we did it. Yep, yep, yep. And give us our money. That's not going to happen. It never will happen. Ever,
Man,
ever, ever.
what the fuck we
Because
gonna
we're
do
in a
then?
moralist. Let me just finish
Stop
this
talking.
statement.
Tell us what the answers is. Fuck all this.
Wait a minute. You're the fucking man here. Why the fuck does she have to tell you what the fuck is her plan when it's your job to fucking lead? What's going on? Thanks for coming through. Come on, bruh. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Because if black people went back to teaching their own kids at home rather than participating in those goddamn schools, them people would have been in a world of trouble. Because schools actually, no matter how ill funded that they was before actual integration, those people still did learn how to read. And they still did go to college.
Shit about the shaming shit. Tell us what the answers are. Give us a 10-point bill on what niggas need to do right now in order to act to get this shit right. Tell us right now. Fuck all the skirting around the issues. Give us some direct language about what the fuck niggas need to do. You know how like you get instructions on how to cook hamburgers.
So now you need instructions from a woman on how you need to act in society in order to get change. It's not your dumbass fault that you don't know, and none of the niggas on your panel don't know. You got to hear this plan from a fucking woman to get to get progress. Yeah, he's asking for help because he's too stupid to fucking participate in the actual process. So he needs to know what her plan is so he can shit all over her plan. Like, that's why you don't talk to people about what your plans are. Hey, if you're not actually invested or involved locally, fuck you for an actual national solution.
And shit like that, take the meat out, put it in the balls. No, that was a little harsh, okay? But if I was talking to a dude, I'd probably say the same thing. So it is what it is. But I'm gonna let it rock because you're about to say what it is that you think that ought to be done in order to bring about the state of affairs that you desire. Okay, so you still there with me, May? Right?
I'm here.
Okay, so it's not we don't have much more of this. Put some salt and pepper on it. Tell us right now so we can know once and for all what the fuck we need to be doing.
My opinion. Are you serious?
Serious.
Okay. All right, I'll give it to you. And I know y'all gonna laugh and y'all gonna have all kind of stuff to say, but
just give it to us.
I'll give it to you. Okay, I don't have all the answers first and foremost. I'm gonna say that, in my opinion, is my opinion.
Give it to us.
I'll give it to you. The first thing I think that we gotta do.
Okay, so now we got the master teacher and the green gorilla actually shaking down a woman about what's her answer to get progress. Because they're too stupid to pick a side and actually participate in the actual process itself. So it takes a woman to give her plan because they're too stupid to come up with their own plan and participate in its own system.
Is we got to understand that we are in the belly of the beast, and what it is what it is. It is not going to change. I'm telling you, it is not a moral society. It is not a shameful society.
More explaining. Yep. More explaining.
What?
Yep.
What are you saying?
You just explained.
Tell us what
He's saying what steps are required.
She can't even get her words out. Hold on a second. So somebody did ask me for the live stream. This is the actual live stream that this is from. You can scroll all the way through it when there was her on the panel with a bunch of these dudes. That's where this been played from now. Yeah, but there's a live stream that it did come from.
Okay, that's the first thing. Okay, number one, let me say it. Number one, you got to understand the nature of what you're dealing with in America in its totality. Number one.
Explaining.
No, I'm telling you, that's what you need to do. Understand where you're at. If you don't know where you're at, you got a problem to start with. Number one, know that. Number two, the next thing is we as Black people got to start moving in units, in family units. We have to build family units, husband and wife, not gay, husband and wife. And we have to, at that point, the third thing is we need to make sure that we are building generational wealth by having children that we are training to inherit the wealth that we have. Number four, we need.
She's right, but you can't do this with unproductive ass dumb men. Unproductive dumb men just want to actually have kids and just leave those kids for everybody else to actually take care of. Like they're a lion in the jungle or some shit. Like their job is to get all the women pregnant, and it's somebody else's job to take care of all these kids. What's going on, Clarence Jr.? What's going on, Truth as I know it?
Need to start being more independent of this system. And I'm not saying out of the system. You got to be self-employed, start a business, start a hustle, do your own thing, get out of these low income brackets and systems. You have to do that. Number 5, you have to plan your life.
Wait a minute. Is May schooling these dudes on what to do? And I've been saying this shit for years, but they don't want to talk to me. They'd rather talk to the woman.
You have to plan every single thing. And I'm going to stop at 5. I could go on, but I need to share the space. Number 5, you have to plan everything. Where are you putting your money? What are you spending your money on? What's important? What's not? Use your family networks. Your wife's family, that's a network. If you marry well, if you marry a good husband, you have networks and foundational wealth. You have children. You operate together as multiple family units and network. You have to do that. That's my thoughts.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm stopping that. Okay.
Okay. So it's 5 things. It's very simple. It's very simple to do. And the reason why they can't do that is because these dudes are consumers of the environment. And consumers of the environment don't give a fuck about progress. Because progress is going to leave them behind. Progress is going to leave them behind. So they have to damage all the actual women and have kids with the improper women, so that way the whole society is actually trying to chase their own tail, trying to catch up to normalized society. These are not family creating men. These are dudes who just want to get that shit off and actually rewrite the genetic code of the actual community, so that way it can be dumb nigga and whack bitches first. Like the community wasn't that shit, now it became that shit. That's what happened. But we're going to see what these animals are going to actually say in reference to 5 common sense things that they are actually in control of. Yes, Shatera, she was supposed to have a clear plan why these dumb niggas don't have any plan. And that's what you do. Like what just happened here is she's being hood conservative right now. She's being hood conservative by everybody on the panel. Like they show up with no plan. She has to give her plan, and then they're just gonna just shit all over her plan without them having to actually provide any evidence that they have a plan to counteract her plan. So let's see what these dumb niggas got to say.
Okay. That's done. Okay. We've gone through that exercise up to this point. I am going to move back to my regular screen. Okay. Going back to the regular screen. I hope everyone is able to see what's going on the internet here with me and May's conversation. I brought her on so that we could have an uninterrupted discussion, that there wouldn't be a lot of people on a panel.
And why did you think that shit happened in the first place? Because nigga, you didn't know how to act before. Like all these unneeded conversations are your fucking actions that led to this shit, not hers. She gave you a plan. You were never gonna be doing that shit because you want to stir the pot at the bottom, keep these dudes gaslit on this goddamn woman that they don't supposed to be with, and that's what you're here for. What the rest of these fucking stagnation creators, that's not my term, that belongs to actual wacky world. Oh, but that's what these dudes are here for. They're here to create the problems that we don't have, to cover for the fact that they're not actually planning to get the fuck out of this problem.
I'm gonna make our sizes the same, if I can actually do that. It won't do it. Okay, it's done it. So I'm having internet issues. I don't know if you can hear me without any interruptions, but I'm having internet issues. Okay, May, can you hear me?
Yeah, it looks fine on the screen. It's equal, and then also the sound is fine.
Okay, so also before I get started, I do want to make some shout outs. Okay.
All right.
Dub Will, shout out to you, sir. I appreciate your donation, man. I really and truly do. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Ignatz Mouse, man, thank you so much for your donation, sir. I appreciate it, man. He says the BGS tax. Appreciate that. Charles Finney, man, appreciate you. He says for the brass tax. Appreciate that, sir. Straight up. And Salty Balls, he says the art of rhetoric is verbal chess boxing. You must think first before you move. Persuasion is the key, which can be rooted in either an appeal to ethics, ethos, appeal to emotion, pathos, or logic, logos. These tools influence hearts and minds. Shout out to Salty Balls, man. Appreciate that, man.
Wow.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Also, Will, man, dude, you gotta tell me how to pronounce that, man. William III. Shame did work. The 64 Civil Rights Act simply put back in the public accommodations enforcement that the SCOTUS took away from the 1875 Civil Rights Act in the 1883 consolidated civil cases. So shout out to him, man. Appreciate that donation, sir. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. So, having said that, I'm going to allow you again to restate. I mean, that's pretty much what you said, okay?
Yeah, I took notes while you were playing, and I actually took notes and I added a few.
Now, the main crux of this, all of this, I think, is for one, to know where you are, to have situational awareness, correct?
Absolutely.
You have to understand the nature of racism, the nature of the people in the country. Like, and look, we are sure. I think that, we know that for the most part, this system is not one that has been kind to us. It has not worked in our favor. It's not been designed to ensure for our functioning, our flourishing, or our thriving. Okay? We get.
Yeah, but you have to participate in the system so that way it can. That's the point. Let's say that I'm mistreating you and I'm doing something illegally. If I don't take that shit to court, or if I don't call the prosecutor within your actual city, I'm a dumb person for allowing that to happen. You have to participate in the actual system in order for it to work. She told them the plan. Actually, she wrote her plan down, and now she's probably about to re-explain her plan to these stagnation creators. Dude, like he's probably about to actually be able to do that.
Get that. All right?
We agree. We agree.
Okay, so I think that most people in the Black manosphere already understand that. Okay? We get that. I think we get that. Now, I'm pretty sure most.
That was a dangerous. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Thanks for the review. You may, and the good ones get it. Yes. This is why these people had to go in and actually rewrite the genetic code of the Black community. Because they know damn well they did not want to produce for an actual family. They just wanted to be able to drop a whole bunch of kids in order to rewrite the community into the type of men that would allow them to be able to run stuff. That's what happened. It's really not that difficult at this point. But that is exactly what happened.
Most of the Black men here would argue that, yes, we understand that we have to understand, that we exist in this belly of the beast. And basically it conveys this idea, that there's an awareness of systemic oppression. But the problem, though, is it lacks specificity. Okay? So in my viewpoint, a more sophisticated understanding of what it is to be in the belly of the beast would be to go into depth, which I think that in general I do here in this space. That's just my opinion. Now, I'm not trying to shame white guys or white women or anybody. I'm trying to get the people whom I'm speaking to. My primary audience is a demographic of black men primarily. There are a few women who come here, in order to understand or to gain information or to, just be entertained by what we have to say. But I mean, for the most part, I think that we do that work. We try to give people an understanding, right? And engagement with how legal and societal structures perpetuate racial inequality. So, in my viewpoint, just merely recognizing that you live in a hostile environment without understanding its intricacies, it can lead to ineffective strategies. So that's my first thing. Okay.
Here's the thing. That's not exactly true right now. You could go out here and get the same job that anybody else can get right now. In fact, I was driving through the middle of nowhere before I came to Kentucky. There was a school going on or a class going on, and I think it was Waverly, Ohio, on 23, way south of Columbus, right before you hit Portsmouth, which is one of my favorite cities in Ohio, by the way. Just because it's on the water, I suggest you not even try to jump in that water. That should have killed you, no matter what you in. But they had like a class for like people to learn how to do mechanic stuff, and nobody showed up to it. Why? They weren't interested in it. They brought these people out there to the middle of nowhere to help these dudes skill up, and nobody showed up. I'm telling you, a lot of people are not trying to get to this productivity piece, man. They're not trying to. They'd rather get seen, get heard, and that's the fastest way to actual relevance is popularity of hawking bullshit. This dude has a PhD, apparently, and he's acting like he's still oppressed. Nobody asked you to go get all that fucking education and talk about stupid shit to people who ain't moving. That's something you decide to do.
And I'm only going to say one more thing before we move into other aspects, and I'm going to give you time and latitude to respond, okay? So I think that the claim that shame never works and that America won't ever be moved by it, I think it's a little bit at odds with historical examples. And of course, like one of the examples we talked about and discussed while we were having our conversation with you was the civil rights movement, okay? Because it is a recorded historical fact that shame was indeed used to mobilize public opinion and to prompt legislative action during that time. Now,
I disagree.
To be charitable, though, I can interpret your argument in a more nuanced way. I could say that shame alone, without a broader strategy and understanding of systemic issues, might not be enough. Okay? Now, shame might...
Like, you are right about that. White people did give him a PhD. They sure did. They gave him a PhD, and what did he do with all that education? Come online and still act like he's oppressed. Even though he went and got a PhD in philosophy, a lot of people do. But a lot of people who get a PhD, they formulate an actual nonprofit organization so that way they can get money from the government to actually solve problems. And the government pays you a lot of money to solve its problems. Here's the thing. When the government asked me, look, we have this federal trial. We need you to move this cocaine from evidence from the DEA to this actual location. Yes, that's what happens. They call me and I move the shit. It's not hard. You have to be a part of the fucking process in order to benefit from it. You're right, Iman Perry. That is the white man's PhD. But he is on Beyonce's fucking internet pretending like he's a fucking oppressed fucking dude. But that's the thing, Shatera. He's not doing that. He's not doing any of that shit.
Prompt or instigate short-term reactions, but it might not sustain long-term change. Particularly, and I'm being charitable to you by saying this.
You
particularly,
are. You are. Go ahead.
Particularly if underlying structural inequalities remain unaddressed. However, to argue that shame is ineffective on all accounts, I just don't think that.
So he's trying to justify SBE with women with the civil rights movement. Now, BGS made that dumbass point before, but it's not true. There's a lot of nuance with what was going on at that point. And none of these people are from the South, by the way.
That's actually historically accurate, and it's just not accurate from a psychological or sociological level. But I'm going to allow you to respond. Take as much time as you need, but tell me when you're done.
Okay, excellent. And I appreciate the format, for real. Because I feel like it's not about antagonism, but more about ideas, and I appreciate that. So we begin, first of all, with what you said, knowing where you are. It is important, everybody. You know, we have intersectionality of who we are. I am male. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm female and Black, and I'm a Southerner. That is going to change how I see the world. So we all have this worldview that's unique. We're not all the same. And that's one of my frustrations with some of the things that happen in you guys' conversation. You guys act like Black men are cookie cutter. And I have seen such a diversity in amazing Black men that I just reject a lot of this pessimism and hopelessness that you guys project when you talk about what our station, our situation in this unique time historically is. I totally disagree. I see Black men who are winning and winning big, very big. And they're not having the same experiences a lot of the people who are in your chat and in the manosphere are having. They're different realities. And I just got to tell you that. So this assumption that all Black people are having the same experience is a falsehood. It is absolutely a falsehood. You see that you guys have conservatives like Tim Scott. They almost act like they are post-racial because they're living so well in whatever aspect of life that they're, functioning out of. And so I say that to say that we are not having the same experience, but we do have a general understanding of history. We know for a fact that a lot of our ancestors went through slavery. We know that there was Jim Crow. We know all of that. We understand that there was systematic oppression. We know that. And there has been a lot of fallout as a result. We're all mixed. Most of us have white blood, right? And a lot of us have had family that has lost land, property, opportunity. We would be different if we came here when the white folk came here and we owned slaves or we had the same opportunities as they had. They got a leg up on us. We can't sit here and deny it. But the problem I have is that you all decide that you're going to use your intersectionality and become the victim in every shape, form, and fashion. So there's the white man.
Boom. she just said exactly what the fuck need to be said. They're trying to use intersectionality as a man the same way that Black women, the feminists, not all Black women, try to use intersectionality as a woman. Men don't make good victims. And going out and getting all this fucking education and still pretending to be a victim online in 2023, man, you look fucking stupid as fuck doing that. No. Masculinist. Yeah, that's what another PhD called himself. That shit. And the dude is obviously getting cooked on this shit. But here's the thing. During the PhD program, you're forced to know history. It's part of the curriculum. I was going for a PhD. I know. It's not that I hate PhDs. I hate PhDs who do dumb shit with their education. Yes, they want women to follow weak ass niggas who they want the dude to be on minimum fucking wage, and they want the woman to not go out and get her fucking education and get her fucking money right. And she's supposed to just fall under the actual authority of some weak ass motherfucker who won't participate in the process or make enough money to support a family. No, I mean, no, that's what T.S. Johnson called himself, a masculinist. Yes, which is a feminist, but just for men. Dumb shit. Like okay, feminists actually divested from the actual family, and masculinists actually divested from the actual productivity piece. That's what a masculinist is. A person wants to sit online and actually have conversation with fucking feminists like he's one himself, where he's supposed to be out here doing the regular shit like making sure that you're not under a bitch's control, which is what they want to keep putting you under.
He's victimized me this way. There's the white woman. She's victimized me this way. There's the black woman. She's victimized me this way. And y'all put a star on the black woman's head because she had some kind of special thing that she was supposed to do at some point in time. And none of us black women who are currently present have anything to do with that. I can't deal with what happened in 1800, 1920, 1940, 1960. I wasn't even born. But you want us to answer for, and you want us to pay penance for something that we didn't do. We weren't even alive. And I have a problem with the fact that you guys do not move history forward. We're in the future. You guys keep living on the Moynihan report. I'll get on that later, but that's old. That's done. How long ago was that? 60, 70 years? Like that's old. And then it's not relevant right now. And BGS loves to go back in history and keep dragging out stuff from the 1800s. It is absolutely not relevant to our modern age, era, and time that we're functioning in. Things are changing so fast that even I can't keep up. What happened 10 years ago and what's going on now is totally different. So I don't know why y'all keep trying to make the past relevant. It's not. It's only relevant for historical facts. And even that, you guys twist. Y'all twist a lot of history to suit your narrative. Black men, I submit, are not the victims that you say, because I know too many black men who are living well, who are doing well, and they're doing better than most black women. That's the
okay.
truth.
So okay, you're starting to repeat some of the things that you said. Okay.
No, nigga, you can't handle the shit that she's talking about. That's what that is. You can't handle the shit that she's fucking talking about, bro. And you know damn well you can't fucking do that shit. Everything that she said is some shit that you can't fucking answer for. She is telling you exactly what the fuck you're doing. Exactly what the fuck you're doing. So much to the point to where he had to stop it. He had to stop the shit. That's not her fault. He had to stop that.
No, I'm just circling around to finish that point. And then the other thing is, here's one more thing. You said about educating ourselves. We need to do that from our real actual perspective. We can't go on the internet and let someone else tell us and dictate to us our intersectionality. We have to really look at where we are in our local region and have to say to ourselves, am I actually suffering from?
Here's the thing. Women can use intersectionality because people believe women when they're victims. Men cannot use intersectionality because men don't look at men as victims. They're gonna look at your productivity piece. They're gonna look at your education. They're gonna look at your background. They're gonna look at all the shit that you've ever done. That's why it doesn't work for men. Now, using intersectionality to gaslight accomplishment less men, that shit works. Because touching the heartstrings of a bitch ass nigga will make him pay you. Just so long as you don't tell him that he has to be productive at the end of the day. The only thing you have to do is tell him that everything is fucking fine. This woman needs to give up power. So that way you can just be on the same stupid shit that you can be on. And you ain't got to be shit in life because she's going to come under your control by you SBEing. That's why you got to have a woman on the panel that's very confident in what the fuck she's talking about to fucking suss this shit out. I can't have this conversation with this dude. I can't stand these motherfuckers. But at the end of the day, It takes a woman to be here who understands what needs to be said, and there's no way BGS will be able to set himself up to have this conversation. Not a one-on-one, not like this, because BGS is afraid of a one-on-one. Actually, all these niggas are afraid of MOT. Dude, Dr. Thunder's afraid to go on one-on-one. BGS is afraid to go on a one-on-one. Green Gorilla is afraid to go on one-on-one. Edward Anderson is afraid to go on one-on-one. Black Uru Strikes is afraid to go on one-on-one. Anybody who fucking LER Movement is afraid to go on one-on-one. One-on-one, you get smoked. But at the end of the day, these type of dudes want to hide behind popularity and the people that they actually mislead on purpose for their actual things for it to work.
White supremacy? Do I actually have real Black women who are holding me back from college? Do I have this reality myself? So we got to straighten that up. Stop going with some cookie cutter narrative. That's my first thought, and I submit that. That's it.
Okay, cool. All right, so look. Now let me just say this in response, okay?
Okay, this ought to be groundbreaking and this ought to be earth shattering. Let's see what the dumb niggas say.
The fact that you have in your personal experience, which is anecdotal, right? Some Black individuals who are thriving, Black men in particular, does not necessarily translate into an equal potential for success for all Black individuals.
Bullshit. Those niggas chose to not be motherfucking productive. They chose to believe in a dumbass nigga as the model for fucking Black men. They chose that motherfucking shit. And those are the type of dumb niggas that you fucking minister towards. You minister toward these people. If these dudes had their father in their life, they would be trying to hunt you the fuck down and stomp you the fuck out. That's exactly what the fuck they would do. They'd be like, who the fuck is this dude trying to fill my son full of? Who is this dude? Who is this dude? Yes, you minister toward broken fucking men. That's what you dudes have done. You dudes chose to minister towards simps so that way you can get their fucking money. Preach this fucking victimhood bullshit. That's what you're doing. You give everybody the hope that you could be a dumb nigga with an internet and a microphone and that somehow you could be popular and famous. This shit is fucking stupid. You're a man. You're supposed to be the one out here giving fucking answers to shit, not just minister to broken ass niggas.
Okay. And there's several reasons for this. Okay. There are structural barriers. Now, I don't know what you know about history, but history, even history that has occurred thousands of years ago, has ripple effects and wave effects that have an impact today. Like what the founding fathers did in the United States has an impact on your life today, because there wouldn't be a nation state called the United States.
Listen, you're talking to a dude who chopped cotton in his fucking lifetime in my 40s. There ain't no way in the motherfucking hell I would fucking have my kids being raised around no shit like that. Right? It does have an impact, but at some point, it is on me to make sure that my kids don't go down there catching a motherfucking truck at 5 o'clock in the morning, taking his motherfucking ass over to Sunflower County, working them goddamn fields. That would be my fault if my fucking son did some shit like that. Bro, you're just a dumbass motherfucker. That's what I'm saying, Spiritual Logic Hope. What's the point of bringing up history if your ass haven't learned from it? What's the point? What is the point?
For you to claim that you are a citizen of, if they hadn't done it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The fact that, you are a descendant of slaves that were transported from Africa to the Americas has an impact on your current existence, does it not?
Say that again, please.
The fact that you are here in this place called America, that you were brought here, okay, through slavery, which is primarily how most people who are Black were transported to the Americas, okay? The fact that you're here is predicated upon actions that took place in the distant past, correct?
Those all have some impact. Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get you to admit to that, okay?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what you know about history.
Okay, so let's keep this in mind. Just because there was slavery didn't make you go get a PhD in actual fucking philosophy and come online ministering to broken men. That's some shit you decided to do on your own, bro. You decided to bring your ass online and minister to broken fucking men about bullshit that is avoidable. What's going on, Mr. G 1804? What's going on, man? God, they never should have came up with that term, man. It turns into a dumb nigga one drop rule every time. Every time I hear somebody use ADOS or FBA, I'm like, oh. Yeah, he cries about white supremacy, but he walks around with a fucking credential, though. That's the problem. And it's my fault that I'm covering the stupid shit that he does and telling you to go out and get a fucking skill, not to listen to these goddamn barbershop quartet niggas online. Yeah, it's slavery's fault. I'm pretty sure slavery made you go get a fucking PhD from a white ass university. I'm pretty sure that what's happened.
History and how, history works. I mean, but I'm pretty sure that you're educated enough to understand that what happened in terms of the New Deal, right? And how black people were, for the most part, left.
Okay, so now we're at the New Deal. Okay, this ought to be good.
Left out of it has an impact on whether or not black people were able to have access to middle class status.
That's in the fucking New Deal. You didn't even have the 1964 Civil Rights Act when the New Deal was made. Don't you understand that most of the whites was part of the Democratic Party because they focused on working class people? Yes, that's why they were there.
You are aware of that, correct?
I said that. I said that we had if we had the same opportunity.
But mate, you got to let me finish because I let you talk uninterrupted. I do ask questions, but I don't want you to go.
I already said exactly what you're saying, but go ahead.
All right. So before we go forward, I'm going to go over this again. But you need to understand so we're going to stop right here to allow you to understand what the fuck you're about to happen. He's about to slow cook a very specific logical fallacy that is actually done in debates. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to gish gallop his way through her actual historical explanation. The gish gallop is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm their opponent by providing an excessive number of arguments with no regard to accuracy or strength of those arguments. That's why he keeps jumping through different portions and parts of history in order to try to make an actual specific point, because he has no point. I agree with you. The whole fact that they're trying to bring up all this old shit to prove the fact that that's why I'm unproductive because of Moynihan and slavery was bad and all this shit. No, nigga, you went and got a degree from a white ass fucking university. You know what the fuck you wanted to do. You came here to actually proselytize to broken fucking men to keep them fucking broken. That's exactly what would happen. I would dare to say there is no person who raised their fucking son to be an adult who would ever send their son to talk to your dumb ass for any fucking point. Yes, redirecting the conversation to something else other than their lack of fucking accomplishments. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So that way you should know what the fuck is going on. So, without further ado, let's keep having us some roasted fucking gorilla. And most of these men, like if you see most of the dumb niggas who are there, they're always in compromise zones, always doing shit, and they think that their super chat money is gonna stop the fact that you're just a dumb motherfucker who don't get life. It doesn't matter who you're paying. At the end of the day, you're the one who's running into this shit. You're the one who's deciding not to learn how things work. You're deciding that. No one else is deciding that for you. You're doing that on your own.
I'm listening.
So what I'm saying is that the fact that you got some black individuals who are able to push through this barrier, right? You got a Jay-Z.
Don't start it at Jay-Z. It's normal motherfuckers who did not go get a PhD and come online to talk about dumb nigga shit. You can't set the barrier at Jay-Z. I kept telling you, overwhelming their opponent with fallacious arguments when they can't just address the actual situation head on.
How many Jay-Z's come out of Marcy? But I'm not going to go. Anyway, systemic racism, educational inequalities, economic disparities, and
Systemic racism, motherfucker. You went to a white university and got a fucking PhD. You did not go to any fucking black university and get a fucking PhD. The fact that your ass ain't making it out here, that's a you problem. So now you want to gish gallop through all these fucking terms and uses of shit throughout society to get to the heartstrings of bitch ass niggas who are also unaccomplished. So that way you can be able to justify your fucking position. The only thing you're doing is proselytizing to weak ass men who should be destroyed and who should never have any access to black pussy. Period. And it's a damn shame that these women keep fucking these dumbass niggas. It's a goddamn fucking shame. But let's keep going.
and discrimination in various sectors, housing, employment, can hinder opportunity for many.
How many people in the chat witness housing discrimination that stop you from getting your shit together as an adult? How many people in the chat has witnessed housing discrimination? How many people? I don't think anyone has. I just don't think anyone has.
Okay, so while some individuals are able to overcome such barriers, it doesn't mean that the barriers don't exist and that they aren't substantial obstacles for many others.
Now, I won't lie to you. Being in Mississippi, that shit is some fucking growth stunting situations. Just being in Mississippi, period, for whites and blacks. But at the end of the day, if you chose to stay there through that shit, I don't think no one should be listening to your complaints. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna bring so many women on who actually have organizations that help black boys. You're not even gonna be able to stand looking at Tia Son Johnson, BGS, Green Gorilla, Dr. Thunder, Ron Neal, any of these motherfuckers. Yes, it did. It works since it worked a long time ago, but not now.
Some people are able to hurdle over the obstacles. Some people are not as easily able to do so. That's just one point. Then you got diverse experiences and circumstances. As you said earlier, the Black community is not a monolith. Okay? People's experiences and their opportunities can vary widely, depending on a whole bunch of different factors, like geography, like where they
like being a nigga, like going to actual school for actual philosophy, coming online, trying to fucking proselytize to broken ass fucking men, not being able to hold your own against a woman in a conversation who's probably more fucking productive than you are. Yeah, that shit does limit a nigga. All day it does. It should.
live, the social economic status, whether or not they got a poor crack fiend mama or a drunk mama, or whether they have a middle-class educated mama, right?
All these fucking excuses on how come you ain't shit, man. I don't understand it.
Family background and a whole lot more, which is one of the things you advocate for, correct? So also, what the thing that kills me is what I consider to be, it's a fallacy. I call it the exceptionalism fallacy. So what people
Yeah, your dumbass did not want to be exceptional. You wanted to be unexceptional to actually hang out with niggas. That's your fucking fault in your life that ain't nobody else got a problem with. That's your fault.
do when they do this is they point to individual success stories and they extrapolate them to the entire community.
You just did that with Beyonce and Jay-Z, dumb nigga. You just did that. You just fucking did that.
And it can lead to what's called, again, the exceptionalism fallacy. But this overlooks systemic issues and puts the onus on individuals to overcome barriers that are often beyond their control. Now, I'm not saying, let me repeat this for people who seem to be mistaken about what I think about resistance. I kind of echo, because remember I played MLK, right? You remember me playing that on a show? Mm-hmm. And ultimately what MLK was saying was this. What we're not saying is Black people should just lay fallow in the fields, that they should, accept any and every kind of treatment and make excuses for any kind of reprobate behavior. But what he does say is the following. He says it's one thing to have a man with boots be told that he must pull himself up by his bootstraps, but it is a cruel and horrible thing to tell a man without boots that he needs to pull himself up with his bootstraps, especially since there are many people who are white, who are able or have been able to get ahead precisely because they've accepted all kinds of accoutrements from the government, from the Homestead Act, the New Deal, the Civil Rights Act, which primarily went to white women.
No accountability what the fuck he been through in his own life. There's always all this other historical shit about, look at what these people have done. I ain't done shit. But look at all these other things that they've done. Come on, man. Dude, you just an ain't shit nigga. It's okay. It's okay.
Women and so forth. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying that Black people should not be doing the best that they can. Okay?
You are fucking saying that. That is your ultimate point. That is your ultimate point. That, look, you didn't do the best that you could. The best that you could was to overly educate yourself and come online talking about victimhood shit. You didn't talk about what the fuck you did in your own life to get past that shit. You have not talked about it yet. The only thing you're doing is giving victim with a PhD. That's what he is. A V with a PhD. A V with a PhD. Yeah, let's just start calling him that. A V with a PhD.
But what I am saying is that the exceptionalism fallacy, predicated upon anecdotal evidence about the people in your social circle, it seems cruel to some people who might not have the same kind of opportunities that the people that have. Okay? So,
bro, you have to make your own opportunity through the situation that you put yourself into. Look, I didn't know how many opportunities that I had via the actual military until I got the fuck out and tried to go this shit on my own. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm already plugged into a fucking system that actually fucking works and make money. Went back to that system, had no fucking problem. I still had to put myself in that situation though. That was my job to put myself in that situation.
For every success story, there's probably about 100 failures. I'm just telling you.
And what are those failures based on, dumb nigga?
Okay, so having said all that, another point I want to make.
Hold on one second. Can I speak to that real quick? And I won't take long.
Hold on, wait a minute now.
You're going long.
Wait.
That's the MLK he's talking about, man. Mago Luthor Keisha. That's the problem here.
I know, but I gave you the time to speak. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking.
Like 2 points apiece. That's kind
yeah, but you're trying to gish gallop and proselytize your way through this conversation when she's cooking your ass on this conversation, bro. MLK. That's the MLK he believes in.
I'm gonna kind of make it okay. I'll just listen then.
But I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes to speak your piece.
I don't need that long. I like to just
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So before I lose it, and also the passion that comes with the ideas, you lose that when you sit for too long. And anyhow, difference. That's what we got to talk about. Somebody in the chat has said something about we don't do intersectionality. Well, then you're a fool. Because everybody has intersectionality. That's who makes you. Okay, it makes your worldview, and your worldview is how you treat the world and how the world treats you. So differences. We are not all the same. We keep saying that. We know that. And the reality is that some of us are going to lose and some of us are going to win. Now, some of us focus on the winners. I wouldn't say exceptionalness or whatever you called it. You said exceptionality. I wouldn't let that be my go-to. That's not the go-to, brother. That's not the go-to. Do not say that.
At the end of the day, if you don't live up to exceptionality, okay, I got you. Maga Luthor Kang. Okay, I got you. He the one who remains. I got you. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over another thing that this guy is doing. But you don't know that he's doing it because you don't recognize him that he's doing it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to another fallacy that this guy is actually performing. Okay, let's go over the straw man fallacy. Because again, this is education. The straw man fallacy avoids the opponent's actual argument and instead argues against an inaccurate caricature of it. By doing so, the straw man fallacy is a fallacy of relevance because with it, the arguer doesn't engage with the relevant components of their opponent's position. That is what he's doing. He is listening to her points and then not responding to her points and gish galloping and strawmanning all over the fucking place. What's going on, Quiz the Prince? Look at the straw man fallacy. It is on the screen. This is why it makes no sense to debate these dudes. Because at the end of the day, they're just going to gish gallop all over the place and not address your points. The only thing he wants to do is run the score up on black male victimhood for his audience. He knows he can't address her points because he's smart enough to know what her points are, right? Read it. Know it. Understand it. BGS does the same shit. He does the same shit all the time. That's why this is educational. To understand that they need an uninterrupted way to get their shit off rather than address the facts of the conversation. Say it again. The burden of performance. He don't want to do that. Everything is the Chicago fire's fault. Everything is the Rodney King's ride fault. Everything is, you know, somebody else's fault. It has nothing to do with the fact that he ain't done shit in his own life. It has nothing to do with that. So let's get back to this gorilla sashimi. Let's get back to it. So that way, if you're educated on what's actually going on, you can see this shit coming a mile away.
That we are almost neck and neck with white people, we are great people. The fact that 50 was it 55,000? Y'all know y'all stats. What do white men make on average? Y'all say 55? Is that the number, y'all?
Say
Y'all
that
got the
again.
number.
You sound a little bit robotic to me. Probably not to the people out there.
I mean, she was just okay. Well, let's go back a little bit. Okay.
It's kind of make it okay. I'll just listen then.
But I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes to speak your piece.
I don't need that long. I like to just
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So before I lose it, and also the passion that comes with the ideas, you lose that when you sit for too long. And anyhow, difference. That's what we got to talk about. Somebody in the chat has said something about we don't do intersectionality. Well, then you're a fool because everybody has intersectionality. That's who makes you. Okay. It makes your worldview. And your worldview is how you treat the world and how the world treats you. So differences. We are not all the same. We keep saying that. We know that. And the reality is that some of us are going to lose and some of us are going to win. Now, some of us focus on the winners. I wouldn't say exceptionalness or whatever you called it. You said exceptionality. I wouldn't put that be my go-to. That's not the go-to, brother. That's not the go-to. Do not say that successful Black people are the exception. That's lost right there. That's a culture of failure to even say something like that. That is not reality. We are thriving. We have been here 400 years under bondage. And the fact that we are almost neck and neck with white people, we are great people. The fact that 50 was it 55,000? Y'all know y'all stats. What do white men make on average? Y'all say 55? Is that the number, y'all?
So again, you sound a little bit robotic to me. You probably not to the people out there because my internet is slow right now because of the heat.
I'm here.
Nigga, it ain't the fucking internet. Nigga, it's you. It ain't the motherfucking Beyonce's internet. It ain't Beyonce's internet. Nigga, you heard everything she fucking said, bro. Bro, I ain't buying it, dude. I ain't buying it. I'm not buying it.
Hearing me okay. 55,000. Is that the number? Y'all love to quote how much Black men are making on average. Is it 55,000?
The average person in the United States is making between $45,000 and $50,000.
Black men.
That's just the average.
Okay, if you take the South out of it completely, the number is much higher than that for Black people. Much higher. Like if you take the entire, I'm talking about Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, out the shit, Black people in those big cities make a hell of a lot more money than people in the South. That number is far higher than that.
I know, but I'm talking about Black men. Y'all know the numbers for Black men. I'm just asking, can y'all verify that if for Black men it's what, 48?
I don't know that. I don't use that talking point though. So
man, I guess I was hoping somebody in the chat, because these are numbers quite a bit in the Black manosphere. And I've only heard it. I think it's 47,000 on average for black men, something like that, up to 50,000, and white men are at like 54 to 55,000. If I'm correct. Is anybody in the chat giving it 40,000 for black men? No, that's too low. And white males,
but drive your point home, because I got.
Okay, let me make the point though. That's the point I want to make. Black men, it says somebody. I'm just gonna go with what they said, is on average making 42,000, and white men are making on average 51,000. For the difference of our history, that's striving, brother. And I personally have a problem with you and all the black men in the manosphere trying to paint black men between Martin Luther King, Honorable Louis Farrakhan, Malcolm X, all of these black men who have been leaders, nothing but leaders since the beginning of time. Frederick Douglass, we can go back since you want to look at history. Booker T. Washington, W.B. Du Bois, important, very important black men who have done great things. And you guys are throwing that in the trash because you're acting like black men have not been at the table. You're acting like black men. Hold on. You're acting like black men.
Bro, dude, you may have wanted to have that panel of dumb niggas up there with her. Oh, let's see what the dumb nigga interruption is gonna be this time.
Men have not been active in leading the community. All the progress that we have made in the black community
who said
has
such a
happened
thing?
as a result of black men. Let's keep it real.
When have you heard me say that? Why would I just make a reference to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Why would I make a reference to people like David Walker, which I've read his entire appeal? Why would I be making references?
If you read his entire appeal, then why the fuck are you a PhD with no accomplishment?
To like Union soldiers who fought and resisted? Why would I talk about slave rebellions and maroon, and talk about like slavery in and of itself and how we've been resilient and how it was a horrible undertaking and how there have been improvements, but more needs to be done? How could that be translated into?
But you're leveraging it for personal. But you're leveraging it for the wrong reasons. You can't really talk to a woman who's telling you about a lack of accomplishment personally. There is no way in the world you can beat a woman on that argument. This is why I don't want none of these people going on anybody's show talking about women. Because the only thing a woman has to say is, what about your lack of personal accomplishment to the point to where you had to come online to proselytize to broken men? Mic drop. Mic drop. Mic drop. Say it again. I never do many live streams talking about my badass fucking experience with fucking Mississippi. I don't want people to hear that shit. Most of that shit is embarrassing as fuck. But it was my job to get the fuck out of there. My job. Not my grandfather's job. Not everybody in the community job, even though they told me to get the fuck out of there. It was my job to get out of there. My job. No one else's job. My job.
Niggas ain't never done shit. Black men have never done anything. I mean, I don't know who else has said that, but I don't know how you're taking that from me. I have heard a lot of black women who are divestors use that kind of language. That I've heard. I haven't heard in the black manosphere the notion that niggas ain't shit, they ain't never done shit. I haven't heard that.
That y'all are second class and everybody's been against y'all. There's a gynocracy. Y'all never led. Y'all were never followed by black women, and the black community is separate from y'all. All
okay,
that
there we go. Okay, so now I got to understand it. So look, let me just say this. Okay. Yes, there have been instances throughout history where black people have thrived. Okay. So they even thrived during the most oppressive times.
Not you. Not you, nigga. Not you. Everybody else but you.
In history, like slavery. And that's an acknowledgement of resilience, resistance, and the ability to create vibrant cultures, even in the face of severe adversity. But there's some complexity to this whole concept of what thriving actually means.
Yeah, but
it's essential to understand, like, what thriving is in the context of something like slavery. So while there was undoubtedly examples of resistance, creativity.
Hold on a second. So we just diverted back to slavery is because you ain't shit in life? Did we really just go back to slavery? Did we really just go back there? She asked you a specific question about your dumbass not leading today. And now you want to take your dumbass back to slavery as the reason why you ain't shit today. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Community building, even economic success among enslaved individuals or free individuals, this still occurred within a system of extreme dehumanization and violence. We have to acknowledge that, okay? And even though there have been people who have resisted and have resilience, okay, the historical injustices and systemic barriers have a lasting impact that continues to affect our.
Okay, he's one of these systemic racism niggas, but he haven't fucking done anything to get past it. Except for go get a PhD from a white ass fucking university, bring his motherfucking ass online, talking to everybody else about how oppressed he is. This is his dumbass fucking fault. He's in the dumbass fucking position that he in, and he has to proselytize to broken fucking men who want to hear this dumbass shit. I can tell you right now, there ain't nobody who's trying to raise a strong fucking white or black boy who would take their motherfucking kids to come listen to some bullshit like this. They wouldn't listen to that shit at all.
Opportunities for black people today. So even though progress has been made and many individuals are thriving, these historical legacies continue to shape social, economic, and political landscape. And another thing I want to make perfectly clear. A lot of times black people get caught up in the whole idea about income.
You should. Income is an actually direct reflection of what the fuck you took seriously in society and what you did not take seriously in society. That's what income is about. You also have to be catching who the fuck your kids is listening to. Because once I seen my fucking nephew was fucking fat bitches and thought he was the man on campus and damn near dropped out of fucking school and thought he was fucking accomplished, I looked at that shit and I seen Ron Wills. I wanted to take my ass to DC to cut this nigga's head off. He better be glad that I just fucking left it at fucking criticizing this content. Because I wanted to hold him personally fucking responsible for hardening up those fucking content that this dude was intaking, man. This shit was crazy.
And income, although great, is not an indicator of how well you're doing in terms of being able to build wealth and to function and flourish.
Bullshit! That's what income is about! Dude, that's what income is about. It's going to be an actual measure of where you're going to end up at. Dick Duck, thanks for the $20 super chat. I've seen a man with no hands, loaded gun, conjoined trans, drive, and a blind man count money. From memory to purchase everything. Slave is no excuse for these PhDs. No, they leverage the actually talking about bullshit. Talking about bullshit is what they're actually saying. As soon as you go to fucking pointing the finger at them, they take that finger and they point it towards slavery. They take that finger and point it toward the civil rights movement. These dudes are not dumb. What's going on, Ghost?
And to pass it on, like you say, you want to pass it on to children, okay? But I'll leave that for future conversation or dialogue between you and I in terms of this.
No, nigga, fuck you. That's exactly what the fuck she's talking about. Dude, I could name so many Southern corporations. Okay, Piggly Wiggly is one of them. Fred's is another. Dude, there is so many companies that was created down south that was given away by the children of those fucking corporations. They did not even try to expand the business. They wanted to cash out and leave. Because, see, people who ain't got their shit together, they don't want to focus on income. They never want to focus on income. Because guess what? Income is a major, major, major defining factor of where you're gonna fucking be at. Oh no, there's not a Piggly Wiggly left in Mississippi. There's some left in like Tennessee, but there ain't none in Mississippi. They're all gone. I remember when my dad was driving truck, man, bro, listen, he used to eat nothing but Piggly Wiggly shit. Piggly Wiggly had the best and probably the best type of like lunch and dinner I've ever seen for an actual supermarket. They were way ahead of their fucking time. Piggly Wiggly? Bro, Piggly Wiggly had the same shit that you would see at a Meijer, a Giant Eagle, a Safeway, a Albertsons, a King Supers, a Kroger. Dude, Piggly Wiggly had that shit in the South back then. Publix? Bro, Piggly Wiggly had that shit. Oh, I don't know anything about the actual Piggly Wiggly in Jackson. Like the actual employees of those Piggly Wigglies that are up, those employees actually bought the actual individual franchise itself. So I'm not sure how many are left, but I'm just talking about the corporation of Piggly Wiggly that owns shit everywhere. As soon as the kids got in there, they fucked up the whole bag. I'm not lying about that shit. But yeah, individual ones do still exist.
This particular debate here. But I mean, ultimately, all we're saying is this. In terms of a black male patriarchy, we're responding to intersectionality when black women say that there's a evil, ominous patriarchy that men have been utilizing to dominate and control black women. And that black men are brutal rapists and abusers who all
Who the fuck said this? Any of this shit? Who the fuck said this?
they're doing is just taking little innocent ladies and bludgeoning them to a fucking pulp because they burnt the toast or something. Okay? Or that they, like they cooked the eggs too hard. Okay? Like these are falsehoods. All we're trying to do is clear the record and say, during slavery, black men didn't have control over the black family.
During slavery. During slavery. During slavery. During slavery. What the fuck does that have to do with you getting a PhD and coming online and proselytizing the black man online? That ain't got shit to do with slavery. That has something to do with your own personal lack of professional development for yourself. So popularity among dumb niggas is the only thing that you got left. I can guarantee you in no other community are they inviting the green gorilla to come to their community to help their fucking boys. They would chase this motherfucker out of their fucking place as soon as he opened his fucking mouth.
It's impossible. Couldn't happen.
Black women didn't have control over the family either, sir.
I get it to a certain extent, but she had more control and power than a black man did. The black man, at least as a
rip from her body and told.
Okay, so I can go to Robert Staples. We can go to Robert Staples, and what he has to say about it. Who is a scholar? If you care to hear what he has to say about it, I could go over it.
You guys handpicked
a scholar from what time period? A scholar from what time period? What time period? It's not modern scholar, is it? Now, if you're discussing something that is not changing, then it's okay to cite old scholars. But if you're citing old scholar is the reason why you currently ain't shit, then you are fucking up. That's the thing. These dudes are fucking dangerous. They're dangerous as fuck.
people based on what your narrative is. But listen, I understand y'all love to get like drowned in history. I get it. And every excuse has a historical root. I get it. I've been watching y'all for a while and I'm very clear on all your talking points. So I'm already there. I get it. I know exactly how y'all connect the dots and weave
This
the
is
web.
shit.
I get
All
it.
I'm saying is, man, the shit was not a natural evolvement of relationships between black men and women. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
There's
It
nothing
wasn't.
been natural about the relationship.
Now we're back to the relationship between black men and black women, an actual obsidian talking point, which I do not believe in. Because if you engage in bad options, you should get your ass torn the fuck up over those bad options. I want those women to take your ass off the planet. I want them to drag your ass into Alpha Centauri, away from us. Take this motherfucker somewhere else.
Between black men and women in the United States.
I agree with you, brother.
So all we're saying is that like the natural evolution of familial relationships between men and women who are black in the United States is not normal. And to add insult to injury, you have a plethora of institutional practices, judicial decisions, and the like instituted by white folks that make it even more fucking difficult in terms of law and policy related to dealing with poverty.
We agree. We totally agree.
Okay.
And as a black woman, I know that to be true, that they had, rules.
But that's no individual reason why you ain't shit. That's no individual reason why you ain't shit. There's no individual reason why you ain't shit. Those people in their day, there's a reason why they wasn't shit. That's true. There's nothing substantial about the reason why you ain't shit currently.
And regulations and things placed on women that have affected black women too, that didn't affect black men, and vice versa. So I understand. I do get it. Trust me, I'm not sitting up here like I'm some Republican who's post-racial or something and I don't know the history. I'm not in denial of the history, brother. My interpretation and yours as a collective manosphere is just different. And I'm sure that most people will see it different, because you guys have a unique way that you want to explain history, because it gives you guys an opportunity to shame somebody. And all I'm saying is we're in 2023. And I appreciate all that history.
So let's talk about 2000. Let's talk about 2023.
Hold on 1 second.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, this ought to be good. You want to come here to be modern? Let's see what happens.
1 second. I appreciate the fact that you guys have memorized all these books and y'all have all these historical facts and these digits and numbers and dates. I appreciate it. Trust me, I do. But the thing is, we're in 2023. Those things have affected where we are. But I just want to propose this idea. We have to always move forward. That's what I love about W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. They had the most lively debate, because they were talking about how do we get solutions for black people. And the truth of the matter is, it's not settled yet, right? Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois, they all knew that all black people are not the same. This is why they came up with different strategies. One focused on the elite, right? W.E.B. Du Bois, he focused on education and assimilation to a certain extent. And then you have Booker T. Washington. He said the masses of us are pretty simple people who come from humble means. And this is how we can rise together. We don't need the talented 10. They had this. I don't need to go through the details. We had this debate then. That debate continues now. And I would suggest trying to say that all Black people are somehow at a lowly place, and I disagree with you. We
I
are
didn't
not
say
all
that,
in a
man.
lowly
Look,
place.
I
We are not.
just got through telling you. I just got through saying, like, did you just listen to what I
You
just
talked
said?
about exceptionality, brother, and I'm talking about in 2023.
I'm talking about the vast majority of Black people. Look, let's just be honest about this shit, okay? Let me just be honest about this. Let me just be absolutely.
Here's the thing. She is right. All Black people are not at the bottom. She is right. The only Black people who are at the bottom are the dudes who are focusing on women. The only Black people who are at the bottom are the dudes who are focusing on this stupid shit online. I guarantee you, there ain't no way in the motherfucking hell that you would have your son listening to this dumbass motherfucker or BJS Edmore or any of these other motherfuckers around this space on some bullshit. Mike, why would you invite a woman on your show who knows more about history than you do? This proves that most of these dudes want to just be on this bullshit to people who don't know any better. It's crazy. Like, it's not even needed for the most part.
Real. I don't talk just about Black people because I have a larger understanding about the social and economic landscape in America than just how it pertains to Black folks. Even though I consider myself to be an expert in some regards.
He is reading off a script because he's not even addressing her points. He's just talking to his audience. There's no way he's responding to her points.
About the condition of Black folks in the United States. I do think that. Okay. However, I generally tend to think that the United States has adopted a neoliberal economic policy that is deleterious to the middle class, and it's shifted its focus on the politics of distribution via like what happened with Roosevelt and the New Deal and Henry Ford with his Fordist model of how to, operate a plant, right? That's changed, it's shifted. We no longer live in a manufacturing.
I would like to talk to the average dumb nigga who actually listening to this shit to even know if they understand the historical reference of how this dude is mismanaging the thing that he's actually talking about.
Manufacturing-based economy where we build things and we invest in workers. Okay, we have moved to an economy that operates primarily on service-based, products or.
How in the hell is he responding to anything that she said with this explanation of shit? How is he just like, okay, thanks for your explanation, victimhood. Thanks for the explanation, victimhood, victimhood, victimhood. Thanks for the explanation, victimhood, victimhood, victimhood. Nothing that has anything to do with why the fuck you're in a position where you are and other people in a position of where they are.
Businesses, and that uses financialization as a means by which to generate wealth. Okay, which to me is, is playing with debt and it's gambling with derivatives and futures and shit like this.
Yeah, but how come you ain't doing it? How come they're able to do it and you ain't doing it?
Now, that's just my opinion. It's not real investment. It's not investment in infrastructure. It's investment in financial services. Okay. So I think that in general, the United States has taken a left turn, or you can call a right turn. We've taken a wrong turn in terms of.
What the hell does this have to do with any of her talking points? He can't even respond to her actual argument. So he moves the actual conversation to something else. Yeah. Now it's neoliberals is fault that he ain't shit. Oh, okay.
Of how we're dealing with economics for the society writ large. Okay, it just moves past just Black people. Okay, I think that this is a problem and it's going to impact of a wide swath of persons, but it's going to impact us more harshly because with this.
No, it's going to affect people who don't participate in the process and people who have not skilled up. It is worse than Angry Man versus Destiny, Clarence Jr. It is worse than it. Because at the end of the day, he brought her up to have a conversation about shit. No doubt she emailed this dude behind the scenes and he could have prepared, but at the end of the day, he could have gave different excuses of how come he ain't shit.
Disproportionately poor. Okay. Now that's just my viewpoint. Now I can go into the financialization of the economy and all of this, but I've done that elsewhere. And I'm not going to dedicate and allocate a lot of time to do that today. But what I really want to do is begin to focus on your next point. And your next point is that Black people, in order to get out of the quagmire we find ourselves in, and you do say it is a quagmire, you admit that much.
Absolutely.
Okay. The way to do so is to basically develop strong heterosexual nuclear family units. And I say that because you did mention gay people. Okay, not them gay type of families, but like strong heterosexual nuclear family.
Okay, how much time did she spend on gay people? How much time did she spend on gay people? So now he's about to go on a tirade about gay people. It's the reason why you can't formulate a family. It's gay people now. Oh, okay. Okay, let's hear this victimhood shit. Let's hear it.
Units, which this is a today problem. It has nothing to do. We can talk about the past and how it was, you know, our development in terms of social relations were, you know, interfered with and so on. But let's talk about today. Okay. Now, this is a common perspective. Okay. And especially with people who have like traditional social framework. Again, though, I would posit there are multiple systemic barriers, historical factors, and so.
Here we go with this historical racism shit, man. Dude, there's no excuse for how come you ain't shit.
Sociological trends that are going to complicate that particular outlook or that particular strategy. How? Okay, first of all, like I said before, slavery and its legacy.
No, brother, hold on, wait. Hold on. One second. Just let's start in 2023. Right now, we have a black man.
Okay, so let's talk about now then. Okay.
He's an avatar.
Economic factors. The racial wealth gap and income disparities often prevent the establishment of stable family units. We already know, okay? Women have a preference for so-called motherfuckers that's doing the damn things. Financially stable.
Now, how come you didn't become those type of dudes, man? Come on, bro.
Partners, right? And women often do not desire or want to date a fucking bus driver, even though that motherfucker might be making 80 G's. If he don't own the bus, it ain't good enough.
Here we go. We're going to that woman's actual cause of talking about she didn't want to date a bus driver. It's always some relationship-based shit that he has to duck off into. It can't be the fact that he ain't shit. It's not that. What is his fault? Yes. What is his fault? Everything else is diverting back to some other shit. It ain't him.
If the motherfucker's making 45 to 50 G's, we heard on Kevin Samuel ad nauseum, he wasn't ambitious enough for me. I know right now to this day, a fucking woman, I know a motherfucker married to a woman right now.
What are you talking about, bro? You're supposed to be responding to her comments, not fucking buck dances for your goddamn crew.
And this motherfucker's making over 100, and she still ain't satisfied. What you want the nigga to be, Jay-Z? Like, is that the standard now?
Bro, why you keep Gish Gallican all over the place rather than responding to her comments?
I'm not done.
Who are we blaming here? Who's the blame?
All I'm saying is, look, I'm telling you what the social phenomena are. I'm saying We have a situation in the United States, not just with black people, but with men in general, where women are unhappy with the pool of available men to date and to marry them. This is not something I'm making up. You can go look at the research if you desire, okay? Not only that, a lack of access to opportunity. So you got people, some people in the US who have.
Wait a minute. You forgoed your access to opportunity the moment you got a PhD in bullshit. And you did not create an actual foundation and solve the actual government's problem. That's what you're supposed to do with a PhD. You're supposed to go create an actual foundation so that way you can solve the government's problem and get paid to do so.
Today, limited access to education, stable employment, and career progression, especially among African American men. We've already shown.
He is reading off of a script. There's no way he's responding to our arguments. He's reading off of a script, a victimhood-based script.
And demonstrated. I have shown an article from the Brookings Institute, from some Stanford and Harvard economists that demonstrate black boys, even if they come from stable family units, are twice as likely. Or
why did black boys get introduced into this conversation? Why are black boys in the middle of this conversation? Say it again. Say it again. And she looks fucking good in a motherfucker. Yeah, she ain't, even at her age, she look good. So you can just imagine what the fuck she looked like beforehand. Yeah, why the fuck would she date a bus driver? Oh man, she won't even date a nigga like me. Yeah, man, nigga like me rhetoric, man. That shit don't mean anything.
shit, they have a much more difficult time maintaining their social and economic status than white boys or black women. These are the stats. I'm not making this shit up because I desire to create a narrative of victimization.
You are creating that shit to create a narrative of victimization. That's exactly what you're doing. Yep. It doesn't even matter what she said. He made a pre-planned narrative based on her points that she made in the previous stream. That's what he did. And that's what he's reading off of.
All I'm doing is looking at the data and saying, hey, look, black boys are on a downwardly mobile track. Even when they come from stable two-parent families.
Bullshit. My fucking nephew's not on that shit. As soon as I got my nephew away from listening to Rom Wheels and fucking hood whores, he was fine. Able to formulate correct relationships with somebody within his age class. He was okay. He stopped listening to dumb niggas online and he was fine. Yes, his father is a piece of shit, my brother. But at the end of the day, have a couple conversations with him. Didn't need to be in the household with him. I could talk to this dude through Xbox Live, deprogramming from the bullshit that he was on, and he's all right now. Not introducing them to a whole bunch of unneeded bullshit. That's what it is. It's not hard. But you gotta want to do it though.
With upper middle class incomes, they can, in one generation, be back in poverty. That doesn't happen for other demographics. Now,
it does if you choose to do so. Listen, this is the problem with most black people, period. They look at the past as an excuse to fail. They look at it as a past as an excuse to fail. They do not look at it in the past as a reason that I'm not doing that shit because those people didn't win. So I'm going to turn around and do something different with my actual chances. This was like victimhood, 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 victimhood.
Not as likely to happen to white boys. It definitely ain't happening for white women. They're on the fucking incline. And black women, they pretty much are at the same level as white women are, given the same kind of stable or family circumstances. It's black boys that have the downwardly mobile track problem. Even
Why the fuck do you give a fuck about black boys if none of your fucking information that you give online is going to help black boys? Why do you want to hide behind these black boys? Why do you want to hide behind black boys and then point toward slavery and point toward all this other shit?
given successful or stable family life. So for us to want to try to find a way to make that tractable doesn't mean that we hate black women or that we're trying to buy into a victim narrative. It is part of the narrative that you demonstrated that we need to be diligent about in terms of having knowledge of what the fuck is transpiring in the belly of the beast. We need to know. We have to have the awareness. We have to have the understanding.
Okay.
We have to be able to fight what's going on, and we can't fight.
You're not fighting. The only thing you're doing is proselytizing the broken men online. That's what you're doing. You're not trying to change shit. If you were, you would already try to change it already. You can't do it. Popularity is what you after, bro. Popularity is what you after, not progress.
If we don't study it.
I'd like to just mention here one thing about that Booker T. Washington W.B. Du Bois, which relates to what you just said. We have to know where we are. We have to also understand that some will thrive and some will not. We have to be able to accept that. And the question that I also have is when I'm really big about separation. That's just me personally. I think separation is necessary. When we really realize that we are not all the same, we're coming from different places and we're going to end up in different destinies. Okay. Our destiny is not all the same just because we're brown people. And so when I say that, there are those who are going to lose. Have you, Green Gorilla, separated? Do you have a plan for that separation where there's people who are losing?
Right on time. Right on time. What is your plan, Mr. Green Gorilla? Can anybody think of what his plan's gonna be? All right. Let's see what this dumb nigga gotta say.
Losers. They're never going to get anywhere. They're not going to try. They're hopeless, and everything is a problem, and there's no solutions. Do you have a plan for those people in your mind in 2023?
Do you have a plan in 2023, Gorilla? Do you have a plan in 2023, Gorilla? Do you have a plan? Do you have a plan? What do you think his plan's gonna be? This is what May is doing to this dude right now. This is what May is doing to this dude right now. I'm sorry, man, but we got to go back to Final Fantasy VII. This is what May is doing to this gorilla right at this point. At this point in time, she just asked him what his plan was, and I'm pretty sure this dumb nigga ain't gonna have one because he can't have a plan at this point in time. So let's just be able to bring this onto the screen and let's see this go on right now. Let's see what happens right now. Let's watch May chop up this gorilla. She's just chopping this dude up! Chopping him up! Slice gorilla! I did not know it was possible! How are we selling sliced gorilla in the manosphere? How is a woman serving sliced gorilla? What is happening? This can't be possible. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's go back to this. Jesus. This is getting pathetic. God. She just asked this dumb nigga what his plan was. Let's see what the dumb nigga got to say.
Yeah, I have a plan for him. It's called justice.
No, I'm talking about they in and of themselves are not going to do anything, not contribute, not, not function in society. And they may run into these spaces and take up space complaining because they never ever intended to do anything. That's all I'm saying. Do y'all have a plan to address losers? Let's call them what they are. There are some people who infiltrate and they complain and they're pessimistic and hopeless, but it's really because inside of them they don't have any strive. They don't have that Negro, that good old Negro spiritual in their blood. They don't have it. They don't have that thrive factor. And I'm asking you is you have to prepare in a society for the dregs of society. And all I'm asking you is what is the plan for them? Those underclass people, the untouchables. What's the plan for them? Because they exist.
Execute them. That's what right. That's the narrative going around in the black manosphere in some quarters. Like these people should just be subject.
You're right. I do want to execute you. Yes. Thank you for acknowledging that. Yes. What you guys are actually doing, yes, other cultures would not have you in their community. They would not have you around. They would hear this bullshit that you on. Men would just look at each other in the eye and be like, this gorilla's got to go. Harambe's got to go. Harambe's got to go. Harambe's got to go.
Connected to a program. How about let's fucking use some gas? Let's fucking just burn all these motherfuckers there, right?
You don't have that authority. You don't have that authority.
I mean, like what? I mean, hey, like what? Take a fucking nuke. Let's get a mothership and bomb the motherfucker.
How do you identify them? That's the question, because they blend in with everybody else, and you got to know that's true. You got to know that's true, that you got people who are dregs of society. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. In Europe, when they got tired of people who were dregs on society, they got rid of them. They put them on boats and sent them away. They had somewhere to put them. You know what I'm saying? The peasants. But they named them. They named them.
But May, I'm trying to explain to you why your idea,
that
go
ahead, sir,
strong family life in and of itself is going to get us out of the predicament that we're in. I'm trying to discuss.
Nigga, strong family life is how the Jews maintain power. It's how the Arabs are maintaining power. It's how the Amish are right now maintaining power and buying houses and shit, faking you niggas out like they are not using electronic equipment, nigga. The strong family structure is the quintessential way that you hand down wealth to another generation. It's the quintessential way. You mean to tell me you as a PhD don't fucking understand that? Really though? Really though? You don't understand that? I did. Not because I hated his father. I gave him the correct instructions because it was the right thing to motherfucking do. And to show him that Ron Wilson's full of shit. And you would not be... dude, I'm telling you, man, these young dudes get access to this bullshit on a day-to-day basis, and they don't understand that shit. They don't understand how easy it is for these dudes to be fed into this shit. He doesn't believe in family structure. At the end of the day, he probably picked the wrong bitch. He picked the wrong bitch to be with, and now he's mad as fuck at everybody else who have a better chance than him. That's what this shit is about. They're not trying to lead black men to nowhere that's fucking safe, and that's okay. Never really done that.
With you, the various impediments that exist contemporarily and historically that have led to a decline in trust, connectivity, and cooperation with members of the opposite sex.
Lots of $10 words. You know this nigga's reading off a script. He did not address anything that she said. He did not address anything that he said. He's just reading on, trying to sound smart in front of dumb niggas.
Sex, not just black people, but with white people and a whole host of other different type of people from different demographics, ethnically or racially. What I'm trying to get you to see is that not only has financial instability been an impediment for people connecting, right, in terms of family life and social life, but I think you do need strong families. I'm not arguing that you shouldn't have them.
So what the fuck are you arguing for? Because her point is that you need strong families. You made all of these terms and suggestions, and then you say that, oh, I'm not saying we don't need strong families. Like, dude, you just gave all the fucking particulars of why a strong family won't work.
I'm just explaining the obstacles and the impediments that exist that prevent people from having stable and long-lasting unions. I'm trying to explain to you. First of all, I talked about the economic factors. Now,
why the fuck can't you just pick better? Why can't you pick better? Why can't you pick better? You got this infinite fucking pussy dream inside your head that you're going to deal with all these women in this environment and that you don't want to fucking deal with the consequences of doing so. If most of these people on some fucking hoe shit, why the fuck would you want to deal with people who on some bullshit? Dick Duck, I do agree. I do agree. That's what it is. It's crazy. What they want to do is they want to come online, say a whole bunch of shit, and get these men to say the following.
I don't know. I would not let them tell me. Now, if you kill me.
That's what they want to do. They want to make these men mad at the women.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. They're like, hey man, you trying to get your shit together? Let me hand you a woman that you don't need.
Hey homie, you need some help?
Yeah, that's the Manosphere help at the moment. The Manosphere help is trying to escort you into circumstances that you don't need to be in.
now let's talk about the legal and the social policy. I've been trying to discuss that the empire of the father fell a long fucking time ago. In 1666, you had something called the 10.
Wait a minute. Why are we going to 1666? Nigga, we in 2013. You mean to tell me that you got to reach the long arm of the law back to 1666 of a reason why you ain't shit currently as a fucking man? Are you fucking kidding me? 1666 is the reason why you got a white man's PhD? Is that what happened? 1666? God damn it, what the fuck is happening here? You went all the way back. Oh my God. Okay. This ought to be a very good motherfucking-nation. Let's go with it.
Years Abolition Act. It gave judges the ability to govern over testamentary guardianships, which
it's 1666. Not now, nigga. Not now. Not now.
basically ended up.
Can we just start?
Hey man, let me tell you. Can I talk? Can I finish?
I've heard this before. All these details. I've listened to y'all a lot. Trust me, and I know the audience has too. We've heard all these exact things about how the state.
So women
owns the
divorce,
child.
man. Put it this way: women divorce men
I
all the
just heard
fucking time.
BGS. He was
Wait a minute. Now we had women divorce men all the time? We went from 1666 to women divorce men all the time. That's where we at now. Bruh, you better duck the MOT. There ain't no way you gonna be able to hold your own against me in the conversation. Nigga, if you can't motherfucking face May, nigga, you can't face me. BGS, none of you niggas. Yes, he is Dark Flash. I'm gonna save everyone. I can save everyone. I can save everyone. And regular Flash is just looking at this nigga like, where are you going? Where the fuck are you going? This shit's over, bro. Where are you going? He came back and said, well, you know what? I need you out there. I need you out there with me. Flash is like, man, some shit you can't fix. This is something you can't fix.
was on the live and he just went through the whole thing you're about to go through. But go ahead.
Women divorce men, man. Men don't divorce women. Women divorce men.
Now it's a modern staff's fault that you picked the wrong bitch. What the fuck is this, man? So you just trying to fucking spin her around in circles and get her ass to point to a direction. Bruh. Stupid as fuck.
The legal system's approach to family law, divorce, child custody, and alimony are disincentive.
You're reading off of a script, bro. You're reading off of a fucking script. This is why I want May to run away from you like this. Pick on the screen. Houston skyline. Green gorilla, Magilla gorilla ain't got spit on me. I tell you, man, it's something wrong with these dudes.
Incentives for marriage, especially for men, because they see it as you just walking into a fucking slaughter.
You are not
benefit
walking
you.
into.
We went from 1666 to modern divorce statistics. You ain't got to get married to every woman that you come in contact with. Listen, if you can't pick a good woman, she should tear your ass out the frame. I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. If you can't dodge women who ain't shit, bro, I want them to tear your motherfucking ass up. I want her to have your ass in boxes. I want her to be like a cow. You like a cow with that motherfucking ear tag in your ear, slowly taking your dumb ass down this conveyor belt, and you know you coming in boxes on the other end. I want her to do that to you. If you're that fucking stupid, I want you marked for life.
To a slaughter. You're not walking into a slaughter. Let me explain a couple of things.
Oh
here.
my God, bro.
Brother, you're not walking into a slaughter. This is y'all's narrative. I'm here to disagree. I'm gonna respect what you say, but I'm just gonna tell you why I disagree. There are people in society, and this is my thing. We're talking about number 2, which is moving as family units. You can go ahead and be an army of one, me against the world, black man, if that's what you think is important. But what I would suggest is that we have patriarchs. And I believe in traditional relationships. I believe that being a patriarch, you have 5 sons. Okay. Let's look at the Kennedys, for example. And you teach and you help them thrive and understand how things work in the world. And you give each of them something to hold on to in an industry. And you let them build it and you build them. And then they have wives and then they have children. And then you keep it in the family and you accumulate wealth. This is how it was won. After slavery, this is how, during the Industrial Revolution, this is how a lot of wealth happened. And so we have to look at history not as
why is a woman explaining wealth building to a man? Could anybody tell me that? Why is a woman explaining wealth building to a fucking man? Why is a woman explaining wealth building to a man? Could anybody tell me that? Why is a woman explaining wealth building to a motherfucking man? Why is a woman that is not her responsibility to build wealth explaining wealth building to a fucking man? May, leave the city. You gotta leave. This gorilla is destroying this fucking place. You gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm not sure why your fucking shirt is open on the screen, but at the end of the day, you gotta get the fuck out of that city. Green Gorilla done fuck this place up. You gotta leave. You gotta leave. You gotta leave. That's a nice hairdo, by the way. But man, you gotta get the fuck out of there. I'm telling you, got a used gorilla full of shit, destroyed the black community in the background. Bro, this nigga's on sale. Would you love a green gorilla of your own? Not only green, but green and hair all over his body, eyes all glowing and shit. You need that. So let's see what else this dumb nigga gotta say.
I can't do this, but look at what you can do. The Kennedys, the Rockefellers, okay, a lot of them, when you really look at where they came from, they started bare bones now. And that's what I'm gonna tell you. America's a great country. You can do anything in America. That pessimism that y'all got about America, I don't know where that comes from. But I'm here to tell you that all these choices in 2023 are available to everybody. Any man can go into any institution and he can become educated. He can get accepted. There's nowhere where you can say he can't do it.
Man,
Any black man can start a business today.
Bro, I love when these dumb niggas keep playing the fucking Cash App sound in the background when ain't nobody really Cash Apping them at all. But this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. It's fucking crazy.
Come
Hold
on,
on one
May.
second. In
Oh my
2023,
God,
any black man can start a business today from bottom barrel, from $2. He can start
He ain't trying to hear that shit, man. That nigga's trying to hear, can I steal somebody else's idea for a business for $2?
a business. Any black man today can pick a woman of any color, of any background, and he can say, you make a good wife. I'm going to choose you because I know that you will be a good wife and you will help me build this wealth. And you're going to also provide network and family and all kind of other things that I also bring to the table, and we can build together. This is what society is built.
Nigga is confused. She's talking about what the fuck he brings to the table, and this dude is like, the only thing I build is hard dick and conversation. Like I ain't got nothing else to offer but hard dick. Like shit, I want to fight feminism with a hard dick. Are you down to help me fight feminism, bro? What's going on here, man? Like, how come you can't argue better? And you want to talk to me on a live stream, bro? Stop.
Upon. So when you got all these lone rangers and I'm doing it myself, me against the world, magged out, I'm a monk, fuck women, fuck family, fuck everything. Basically, you're trying to build an army of men who have no patriarchy, who have no power, who have no influence. They don't even have a home. What's a king without a castle? I rest my case.
Okay, so look, let me just say this, man. I'm gonna be charitable to you in this regard.
Nigga, answer her fucking question. Dude, she just made a statement. You have to respond to that. You just can't say, I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to type this shit in the chat GPT to respond to this. And I'm just going to be able to fucking talk about that. Bro, you got to be able to do something else.
I've said this on many occasions. I said, and this was my question to SYSBM. So, like, what happens when you work all?
Hold on a second, SYSBM. We don't acknowledge you. We don't respect you. We don't know you. You've never been to any of our live streams. We are not a part of your fucking group. You gotta stop fucking coming through and trying to actually come through somebody else's shit and trying to co-opt their shit. You're a brown lantern. That's what you are. A brown lantern. You are a nigga of the dust.
All your life, you bust your ass and you accumulate your wealth, but you have nobody to pass it on to. So I haven't even.
That's not the case. What these dudes are doing, they're trying to make themselves available for any woman who wanted to destroy their fucking life. That's way different, bro. That's way different. Way different. That's your fault.
Begun my series of hard questions where I say, let's ask the most difficult questions. Like, what is the end game here? What is it? Okay. So,
Nigga, you're the man here, not her. You got to actually answer the fucking question that she asked you. You don't move the goalpost or continue moving the goalpost to somewhere else. This is your job. You have to answer the questions about your plan, about how to be successful for an actual family. You don't outsource that to a woman who's talking to you about patriarchy. This is your failing as a man that you can't answer these questions. This is your fault.
so I'm trying to be charitable to you, but I don't think in any regard you're trying to be charitable to.
Problem is, you're trying to be charitable to her by not answering her questions. But you expect her to be charitable to you by understanding your perspective. How can you have a conversation with somebody who don't acknowledge anything that you say, but answer other questions about things that you haven't even said at all?
Anything I have to say. I'm just being honest. That's my opinion. Okay.
I am being charitable. I admit that we have boundaries and barriers. I also hear, I listen to you guys a lot. And y'all talk about laws and stuff, and things blow my mind. Like the idea that somebody can say
do you
that
know
you
that we're
are
talking from our experiences, May? Do you
No, hold
understand
on
we're
one second.
talking? Do
I
you
just
know
wanna
we're
give an
talking?
example.
Listen, May.
You're talking from failed nigga experiences. Dude, failed niggas was never supposed to have a place in society. Failed men was never supposed to have anything else. May, escape from Raccoon City while you got a chance. When you got nemesis that fucking big, you gotta leave the city. There ain't nothing else to talk about.
What?
Please.
Okay,
We're
I'm
talking
listening.
from shit that actually has occurred in our lives.
But you told me don't use anecdotal. Didn't you say that? Don't use anecdotal evidence. You told me that it doesn't have value.
Okay. Doesn't
You
have any
said that,
value.
not me. I think
I'm saying
anecdotal
this. Okay,
works.
so touche with it. Okay, look, all I'm saying is this. I'm looking at statistics of the vast swath of black men in the United States and their social economic status. And look, I've already done the narrative and the
No, you're weaponizing broken black men's and men who ain't shit economic status to try to reflect that onto women who don't want to pick these dumbass niggas. You know damn well that you ain't fucking dumb enough to understand the shit you talking about. He don't even know it.
hard work to understand how the pie is sliced in terms of wealth in the United States. And overwhelmingly, 1% own.
Yeah, well, you know what, man? Just keep playing that Cash App fucking shit in the background. Because if you have your actual shit connected to Cash App or any other platform, I'm not trying to count your money for you. But at the end of the day, This dude's super chat has been on the screen for the past 30 minutes that you've been talking, but you keep playing that Cash App actual sound in the background like people are fucking Cash Apping you, bro. When you set your OBS up to fucking do this shit, it is about all donations. When you keep playing the Cash App emoji, sound emoji in the background to show that you got money coming in, it will come up on the screen. But at the end of the day, these niggas just trying to talk stupid shit to get you to open your pockets to these dumb niggas. So now, I'm going to play this actual live stream from this point forward to show you that motherfuckers are not doing this shit.
Owns over 60% of the wealth in the United States. That's just the fucking facts. Even with black billionaires like Johnson and Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Why you keep going to those people? You told them not to use anecdotal evidence.
And Kanye and all of this shit. Even with those guys, black people own less than 0.5% of the wealth. Fuck all the income. We don't have any material wealth. Now, one can argue, okay, well, that's just because niggas just want to lie flat. That's because niggas just like to eat chicken and watermelon and didn't do nothing. Niggas don't like to do anything but smoke Newports and drink Old English.
What is this nigga talking about? Can anybody tell me what this nigga's talking about? What is this dude talking about? What is this green gorilla talking about, man? What's this dumb nigga talking about?
800 on the
That
corner.
sounds like white supremacy to me.
That sounds like, all I'm saying is it sounds like some bullshit. It sounds like white supremacy when you say that we are where we are because we haven't fucking worked. We don't have an ethic. We don't have a desire to do better. We don't want to be kings.
No. Do not say that. That is you putting words in my mouth. I never said
okay,
that
that's
we
what it
do
sounds
not
like.
work.
I said
No,
that's what it
sir.
sounds like.
I started out saying that black people, to me, are doing very well considering what we've come from and what we've gone through institutionally and the stuff that still exists. We are fighting our asses off. And I'm never going to minimize that to make anybody feel good or feel better. Black people are fucking amazing. Okay. We are a powerful.
I'm glad you say that. I'm glad you say that.
The rest of the world wants to be just like us. If we don't make it hot, it don't damn move. Fashion, entertainment, anything. And we are what? 15% of this country. And it is our culture, our everything. If we don't approve it, it ain't shit. That's who we are. We are unique people. And I worship our blackness, our Ado status. Okay. And I don't have any problem bragging on black men and bragging on black women. I have a very optimistic perspective. And that's why I just cannot believe that you guys have a whole, you guys are constantly focusing on ghetto culture. And I'm just trying to tell you, the rest of America ain't where y'all at. Everybody is not a baby mama. I don't know what world y'all are
because everybody's a baby mama in their world. Everybody is
living in. Everybody is not on child support. Everybody, let me calm down. Everybody is not dealing with all these different ills of society. And most of these ills of society, people chose to be in. Y'all are not acknowledging that. That sperm did not jump out of Jerome and into Keisha. Keisha and Jerome both felt they deserved each other and both of them wasn't shit. So you got ain't shit kids. And ain't shit kids have more ain't shit kids. I don't come from ain't shit. So I can't relate to all this ain't shit culture. And that's the problem I have. A lot of people I know, they don't come from ain't shit culture. Most black people don't come from ain't shit culture. We just don't. And so you guys just humming and drumming constantly on all this ain't shit ghetto trash culture. I'm trying to tell you, y'all are mistaken. That is not the real Black America. Y'all need to change your goggles, change your glasses, see something different, get out. What are y'all looking at? What the hell?
Okay. So you pontificated for a minute. Okay. But before we go on any further, I do have to do some acknowledgement of people who made some chats. I mean, super chats or whatever. Okay. So having said that, I want to give a shout out to No Placeholder. Oh, well, actually, let me go far back. Let me go to Salty Balls. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the donation. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Says likes up, goal 200 reached. New video likes up bonus, 250. Let's keep it going. I don't know how many likes we have now. I'm not looking. But please, can you get the likes up? I know that there are a lot of people who are watching. I came here in the spirit of reaching across the aisle and having a conversation.
And a conversation that you lost. A conversation that you lost.
With May. I'm not here to go off on May and to try to humiliate May or to talk shit about May or to create an enemy in May. So just so May knows that, that's what I'm saying. Okay?
I feel it. I feel it.
Okay, so it's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to like think there's no winner here. This is not like a zero-sum game where I'm trying to beat you.
Bullshit. There ain't no winner here? There ain't no winner here? There ain't no winner here? Are you serious?
With something.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
I agree. I think that's healthy. Yeah, great.
That's not my goal, okay? So anyway, having said that, no placeholder, make her give examples just like you do, GG. Well, I mean, I can't make her do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I can suggest, okay? Smooth Groove to hit me with the $5 piece. Appreciate that, sir. No placeholder says I can confirm that, GG. Even in the burbs, these white women purposefully work against my boys in their school system. They let the black women through, no issue. And that's his experience, okay? But one can make it argue, like I've argued earlier, that it's a personal anecdote. Black Wizard ADOS hit me with the $10 hitter quitter. Says Green Gorilla is here. Tell it like it is. He's not telling anybody what to do. There's no need.
Here's the thing, man.
Unless we.
Sorry about that.
You did.
So here's the thing. When you see these weird niggas super chatting dumb shit, pay attention to when you see these weird niggas anywhere else. They're never around productive men. They're always around females or the actual non-productive conversation. I don't want your money. I want your progress. I want your progress so that way you can stop complaining about dumb shit. Right? These dudes are never around productive conversations. They can't be. If this is the shit you want to listen to in the background, but that's what it is.
Do this, but look at what you can do. The Kennedys, the Rockefellers, okay, a lot of them.
And I had to go back to this because she's talking about what you can do during your time period.
You really look at where they came from.
Because their wealth is based on what their parents did during their time period. And you need to look at how he responds to it.
They started bare bones now. And that's what I'm going to tell you. America's a great country. You can do anything in America. That pessimism that y'all got about America, I don't know where that comes from. But I'm here to tell you that all these choices in 2023 are available to everybody. Any man can go into any institution and he can become educated. He can get accepted. There's nowhere where you can say he can't do it.
I agree with you. It's not the experience of many from people who are not progressing, soft sands. But look at what's on the screen with all these people super chatting, right? All these people are cash apping at the end of the day, but you keep playing the emoji where ain't nobody fucking popping up.
Any black man can start a business today. Hold on 1 second. In 2023, any black man can start a business today from bottom barrel, from $2. He can start a business. Any black man today can pick a woman of any color, of any background, and he can say, "You make a good wife. I'm going to choose you because I know that you."
See, he doesn't want to hear the fact that you can go to different women and have a different outcome. Like women went to different men and have a different outcome. That's just what it is. People have the individual ability to go choose who and whatever they want to have a different outcome.
You will be a good wife, and you will help me build this wealth, and you're going to also provide network and family and all kind of other things that I also bring to the table, and we can build together. This is what society is built upon. So when you got all these lone rangers and I'm doing it myself, me against the world, magged out, I'm a monk, fuck women, fuck family, fuck everything. Basically, you're trying to build an army of men who have no patriarchy, who have no power, who have no influence. They don't even have a home. What's a king without a castle? I rest my case.
Okay, so look, let me just say this, man. I'm gonna be charitable to you in this regard. And I'm
gonna be charitable to you and not answer your questions.
I've said this on many occasions. I said, and this was my question to SYSBM. So, like, what happens when you work all your life, you bust your ass, and you accumulate your wealth, but you have nobody to pass it on to? So I haven't even begun my series of hard questions where I say, let's ask the most difficult questions. Like, what is the end game here? What is it? Okay. So I'm trying to be charitable to you, but I don't think in any regard you're trying to be charitable to anything I have to say. I'm just being honest. That's my opinion. Okay.
I am being.
Because you're reading off a pre-prepared statement. That's why I had to go back to play what the fuck you said before, so that way you could try to characterize her as not being fair to you when you actually have not been fair to her. You have not actually responded to anything that she said during this actual live stream. You had pre-prepared statements based off of her 5 talking points that she gave you. That's what the fuck you're doing.
Charitable. I admit that we have boundaries and barriers. I listen to you guys a lot. And y'all talk about laws and stuff, and things blow my mind. Like the idea that somebody can say,
do you know that we're talking from our experiences, May? Do you understand we're talking? Do you know we're talking? Listen, May, please. What? Okay. We're talking from shit that actually has occurred in our lives.
But you told me don't use anecdotal. Didn't you say that? Don't use anecdotal evidence. You told me that it doesn't have value.
Okay.
You said that, not me. I think
I'm saying this. Okay, so touche with it. Okay, look, all I'm saying is this. I'm looking at statistics of the vast swath of black men in the United States and their social economic status. And look, I've already done the narrative and the
I know you're ministering to broke ass niggas who live in southern fucking areas. That's what it is. You're not even focusing on people who got their shit together. You're not doing that shit on purpose. You're doing that shit on purpose.
Hard work to understand how the pie is sliced in terms of wealth in the United States. And overwhelmingly, look
at the screen. Cash App. Sound. Played. No change in person on the screen. Cash App, sound played, no change in person who donated on the screen. I want you to see that.
1% owns over 60% of the wealth in the United States. That's just the fucking facts. Even with black billionaires like Johnson and Jay-Z and Beyonce and Kanye and all of this shit, even with those guys, black people own less than 1/2% of the wealth. Fuck all the income. We don't have any material wealth. Now, one can argue, okay, well, that's just because niggas just want to lie flat. That's because niggas just like to eat chicken and watermelon and didn't do nothing. Niggas don't like to do anything but smoke Newports and drink Old English 800 on the corner.
That sounds like white supremacy to me.
That sounds like, all I'm saying is it sounds like some bullshit. It sounds like white supremacy when you say that we are where we are because we haven't fucking worked. We don't have an ethic.
It's not white supremacy because you haven't had individual wealth in your fucking life. That's not white supremacy. That's a personal problem. A personal problem that you have.
We
I
don't
never
have a
said that.
desire
I
to
never
do
said
better.
that.
We
Oh,
don't
no,
want to
no,
be
sir.
kings.
No, sir. No. Do not say that. That is you putting words in my mouth. I never said
Okay,
that
that's
we
what it
do
sounds
not
like.
work.
I said
No,
that's what it
sir.
sounds like.
I started out saying that Black people, to me, are doing very well considering what we've come from and what we've gone through institutionally and the stuff that still exists. We are fighting our asses off. And I'm never going to minimize that to make anybody feel good or feel better. Black people are fucking amazing. Okay. We are a powerful.
I'm glad you say that. I'm glad you say that.
The rest of the world wants to be just like us. If we don't make it hot, it don't damn move. Fashion, entertainment,
Very true.
anything. And we are what, 15% of this country, and it is our culture, our everything. If we don't approve it, it ain't shit. That's who we are. We are unique people, and I worship our Blackness, our 80 status. Okay, and I don't have any problem bragging on Black men and bragging on Black women. I have a very optimistic perspective, and that's why I just cannot believe that you guys have a whole. You guys are constantly focusing on ghetto culture. And I'm just trying to tell you, the rest of America ain't where y'all at. Everybody is not a baby mama. I don't know what world y'all are living in. Everybody is not on child support. Everybody, let me calm down. Everybody is not dealing with all these different ills of society. And most of these ills of society, people chose to be in. Y'all are not acknowledging that. That sperm did not jump out of Jerome and into Keisha. Keisha and Jerome both felt they deserved each other, and both of them wasn't shit. So you got ain't shit kids, and ain't shit kids have more ain't shit kids. I don't come from ain't shit. So I can't relate to all this ain't shit culture. And that's the problem I have. A lot of people I know, they don't come from ain't shit culture. Most Black people don't come from ain't shit culture. We just don't. And so you guys just humming and drumming.
Watch what he says in relation to what she's talking about.
Constantly on all this ain't shit ghetto trash culture. I'm trying to tell you, y'all are mistaken. That is not the real Black America. Y'all need to change your goggles, change your glasses, see something different. Get out. What are y'all looking at? What the hell?
Okay. So you pontificated for a minute.
Okay, let's see what this dumb nigga says.
Okay, but before we go on any further, I do have to do some acknowledgement of people who made some chats. I mean, super chats or whatever. Okay. So, having said that, I want to give a shout out to No Placeholder. Oh, well, actually, let me go far back. Let me go to Salty Balls. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the donation. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Says likes up, goal 200 reached. New video likes up bonus, 250. Let's keep it going. I don't know how many likes we have now. I'm not looking. But please, can you get the likes up? I know that there are a lot of people who are watching. I came here in the spirit of reaching across the aisle and having a conversation with May. I'm not here to go off on May and to try to humiliate May or to talk shit about May or to create an enemy in May. So just so May knows that, that's what I'm saying. Okay?
I feel it.
Okay, so it's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to think. There's no winner here. This is not like a zero-sum game where I'm trying to beat you at something.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
I agree. I think that's healthy. Yeah, great.
That's not my goal. Okay. So anyway, having said that, No Placeholder, make her give examples just like you do, GG. Well, I mean, I can't make her do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I can suggest. Okay. Smooth Groove to hit me with the $5 piece. Appreciate that, sir. No Placeholder says, I can confirm that, GG. Even in the burbs, these white women purposefully work against my boys in their school system. They let the Black women through, no issue. And that's his experience, okay? But one can make it argue, like I've argued earlier, that it's a personal anecdote. Black Wizard ADOS hit me with the $10 hitter quitter. Says Green Gorilla is here. Tell it like it is. He's not telling anybody what to do. There's no need to create a moral plan of separation. They can take his information and do with it what they please. And I have to comment on that comment, okay? Just to let people know, I'm telling you, I am not your preacher. I am a teacher, but I am not a teacher in a formal capacity online. I'm not. You don't have to take any tests. You don't have to write any papers. You don't have to give me any oral examinations or anything of that kind. In fact, if you don't want to listen to what I have to say, or if you think that what I say is absolute garbage, you have the opportunity to swipe left.
So now he wants to blame the people who are listening to him, that they're listening to him, right? You don't want to be responsible to anything that you're actually fucking saying. It's everybody else's fault. Not yours. Like I said, he's in the Ron Will category. Ever seen this nigga? I saw this nigga's head off with a fucking jagged edge brick.
This is what confuses me about all of the toxicity that exists within the confines of this space. I don't get it. I personally do not. I don't understand it, because if I don't like what somebody's saying, I just don't tune in to what they say. I go elsewhere.
It's hard, though. It's hard. It's hard.
I don't know how. Look, it would be difficult if there weren't a million other channels to zoom into or to look at. There literally are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of channels people have created on YouTube where you can go watch what they have to say. Literally. There's all different kinds of people doing all different kinds of content creation. You have people doing.
I mean, if I want you out of here, I would just plant dope on you and get you the fuck out of here. If I wanted you literally out of here, planting dope on you is the quickest way to get you the fuck out of here. With your background, planting dope on you would be the fastest way to get you the fuck out of here.
Doing nothing but rubbing. They rub against the microphone. They open cans of pop. They run their fingers over different types of substances.
Yeah, it's a lot of weird stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, there are people that teach you how to record vocals into microphones and how to use preamps and compressors and limiters and gates. There are people that are telling you how to weld, how to swim, how to ride bikes, how to change your brakes.
And you're online teaching niggas how to be victims of circumstances that they're not in, from time periods that they don't fucking live in, for super chat money. That's what the fuck you're doing. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
There are people teaching you how to use OBS, which is an open, broadcast software. Okay. There are people teaching you how to do so many different things, how to lose weight, how to gain muscle mass, how to cure cancer. There's so many things out. The internet has a
but you can't answer made simple questions with the same internet.
Vast amount of potential. It can be used. It has been used for revolution. During the Arab Spring, Facebook was. And what do niggas decide to use it for? To fucking mudsling and to hurl shit at each other.
To SBE.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, to SBE.
But to me, recently, I have been exposed to what I would consider to be the ultimate form of SBE, where you got niggas creating whole shows about you, talking about who you are, what your character is, and why you ain't shit, and why you shouldn't be shit, and why other motherfuckers shouldn't listen to you. Now, if that ain't SBE, I don't know what it is. And this,
dude, that's SBE to cover the shit that you saying is crazy as fuck. Dude, like I said, man, I have cousins like this dude, and that's where we at. It's just crazy.
The same camp of motherfuckers talking about they don't like SBE. Explain that shit. That's a part of the game I don't understand. But I'm not going to give. I don't want to lose track.
You said something about women, and we were talking about family. Could you go back to that?
We're gonna go back.
Black women
I still got to get through my salutations.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Shout out to Mississippi Delta guy. Appreciate that, sir. Appreciate.
There's nobody in the Mississippi Delta who fucking super chats this dude. If there was, I would have this nigga killed tomorrow. If there was anybody in the Mississippi Delta who would super chat this nigga this amount of money, that nigga would not be alive today. There ain't nobody down there who does that.
Jay. Says why some people don't listen to our scholars and reject facts, data, history, and not talk about policy reform and environment. Shaking my damn head.
Green Gorilla doesn't talk about anything that you just said, sir. Green Gorilla doesn't talk about anything that you just said. That dude does not talk about policy or anything else. There is nobody in Mississippi who believes this shit. No one. I can guarantee you. That guy's in the Mississippi Delta. Fuck it. Greenville, Greenwood, Indianola. Nigga, where are you? You'll be dead tomorrow. There is no way you wasting your fucking money on this shit. That nigga is a made up name that is nowhere in the fucking manosphere talking this stupid shit. There ain't no way that nigga's nowhere around, anywhere.
Now, this Mississippi Delta guy, shout out to him. Appreciate that. Consistent supporter. Shout out to Salty Balls. Consistent supporter. Says, for the unsung hero, Don Scholar hath earned his keep. As hearing this is enough for a day's wage alone, merchants, I appeal to you to support thine sage for his suffering. Thine earful might make his head explode. Shout out to that brother,
Shakespearean, man. Or biblical?
Both. He's a wordsmith.
I see.
He's like Wordsworth, having Shakespearean lad, that guy is. Blue Socks, he says, where are these women that would be the wives of these patriarchs? The girls aren't being raised to be these kinds of women. Patriarchs need to build kingdoms with baby mamas. That's just something to consider for future reference. David Burt says, May, the U.S. has reduced institutions that serve patriarchs. You can't John Henry yourself into patriarchy. So that's David Burt. Chef Mike's Roundtable says, for the scholar's time and long suffering, appreciate you. Salty Balls again says, under that same premise, you have more to argue about with the digesters. I'm pretty sure he means the divestors, okay? PW85. In her eyes, basically.
Mr. Heat Immore is another guy that super chats all this fucking money, but you haven't seen him anywhere else outside of BGS Edmore, this guy's channel, or motherfucking Tiosan Johnson. Like, these dudes love to super chat themselves on names that niggas have never heard of or anything else. Like when Goshen gave money to me or O'Shea or any other channel, you know who Goshen is. You know who Goshen is. Ramil, you know who Goshen is. But these niggas only hang around those type of stupid niggas and super chat themselves. They're super chatting themselves the same amount of money, by the way. Incredibly stupid.
Black men need to make Wakanda for and other black women already. That, and she won't allow us to be bigger victims than black women as a whole.
Who have they even said that during this live stream, bro? What they're doing is they're running victimhood narrative on these illiterate ass niggas who don't understand how anything works.
No placeholder again. The audiences mainly has issues with college-educated women and their gynocratic behavior. Keisha is just an easy target. No placeholder. That's him. Comment. LK says, this is a prime example of why men need our own spaces without women telling us what we're thinking, feeling.
I don't think that's the case. You need to be able to explain yourself to everybody. So that way you don't look stupid. Because if you cannot actually explain yourself to your opposition, then you don't have a point. But these dudes are trolling for actual broken black men who cannot explain themselves to anybody. That's the point. These people don't have a position to where they can actually explain this shit to anybody. That's what this shit is actually about.
Is wrong. And I happen to agree with that. Like, black men are in severe need of spaces where they can, like, vent, think, debate.
You're not doing that. The only thing you're doing is proselytizing, making niggas weak, and not really explaining yourself or your plans for the future.
But I don't think it needs to devolve into toxicity where, you know, it becomes like a fucking mudslinging contest.
Bro.
I'm just, at this point, I'm pulling out of that bullshit. But you can continue to do it. All you're going to do is make me larger than life. All you're doing is you adding fuel to the GG fire. So keep doing what you're doing, haters. Anyway, that's just me.
And with that comment right there, you know, real quick, with that comment right there, you know, what you just said, and that's why I wonder, where do y'all draw the line? Those of y'all who are leaders and big channel holders in this space, where do y'all draw the line? Because at some point, and I'm not being funny, I'm being sincere, when will it turn from antagonism or anger towards women to a line of homosexuality? And that's something to consider when we're talking about valuing real manhood. I just want to say that.
Okay, well, okay, I'll talk to you. I'll say something about that in a second. I just want to get through all of these super chats, okay? All right. Mr. He Ibmore says, why are you here, May? If everything is green over there, why are you here? Most men in the manosphere come here for answers. What are your answers to their questions, May? And
that's not her job. That's your job as a man. That's not her job as a woman.
I think May has some answers, but I don't think that like men in the manosphere really like what they are. Okay?
They don't like them. Yeah, that's all.
So let me say this, okay? There are a multiplicity of factors that are preventing men from coupling with women.
He is reading off of a script again.
Women in Western culture. Didn't used to be the case, but now it is definitely the case that there is a disconnect between men and women. And it's not just happening to black men and women, it's happening all across the board in this culture. And one of the things I know is that, I think that the interaction between men and women has become purely transactional and superficial. Now, I am a mystic. You're an alchemist.
You have to answer her questions at some point.
Truth be told, I'm a Gnostic too, BGS. Because the word knowledge
You're not a Gnostic. BGS is not a Gnostic either. He's not.
Comes from the word Gnostic.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not even going there. The whole point is this. The point of marriage is for a man and a woman to become one flesh, one spirit. Where two become one. It is the spiritual definition of the divine principle actually manifesting itself in the real world. The sun and the moon creating the stars. The sun and if you look at there's many different traditions that discuss this. You can go.
I want to see the person so that we're not pull up. Say it again. Like, bro, say it again. Say it again.
Go back as far as Kemet, Osiris, Horus, Isis, Jesus, Joseph, and Mary.
We all agree that men and women belong together. We agree.
Now, but the problem is not the natural problem. The problem is the societal problem, which prevents the union. The society is preventing the union. And people's tacit agreement to societal norms and value systems that make it almost impossible to enjoy a fruitful union or coupling between men and women. Not to mention, like, the whole liberation movement, sexual liberation. You can fuck who you want, how often you want. I'm trying to get my coochie stretched. All of that degeneracy. Now, I'm not saying like I haven't engaged in some degeneracy of my own throughout my life.
Okay.
I'm just being honest. Like, at least one thing you can say about Gigi is that for the most part, I am honest. I tell you about my failures and my success. I just don't present a narrative of, oh, well, all I ever did, all I do is win, 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 no matter what. Because if life is not filled with ups and downs, losses and wins, what is it? So, but ultimately, what I'm trying to explain is this. Men want to couple with women, but there is a disconnect between us. We're talking about the various ways in which these disconnects have arisen. If that's the right term. Because sometimes
you've really clearly explained a lot of things that exist institutionally. But in 2023, just focusing on now, what are some of the barriers that men have towards women? Because
Direct question. Let's see how he answers.
women do objectify men in a certain way. And how about the opposite? Like, let's talk about both of those. There's boundaries and barriers for both, male and female.
Well, men are, first of all, men are like, women are delaying marriage. They feel like they don't want to get married when they're in their younger years because they want to, they don't want to waste their younger years being tied down. To me, to a lot of men, that just says, it signals that you want to be on the cock carousel.
Okay. And on the opposite end, do you also see men who want to get married at 18, 19, or do they want to delay marriage as well?
But I mean, shit, women don't want to marry niggas at 18 and 19.
I'm asking you, do men actually want to get married at 18, 19, 20? Do you think so in this modern era?
Hell no.
Okay. So we have both are delayed. Absolutely. I see that too. Men and women. Men are more so. I understand why men say that. They say, I don't have anything and I want to be able to build and then get a wife. So it makes sense. But women are also saying, I want to build and then I come to the relationship with something, which is usually education or work experience. But so I think both male and female have that issue. Yeah, absolutely.
So this okay. So delayed marriage, okay, changing gender roles, because there has in this culture been a transformation of gender roles, whether you like it or not.
I know, because there's been an increasing portion of bitch ass niggas who fucking impregnated women and left them. Like, okay. Would you think there would be changing gender roles if actually men actually stayed with the fucking women that they impregnated? I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Listen, I was in town and I've seen my single women cousins having their sons answer the phone like they're answering the phone at like a fucking call center for them. Crazy shit. But these women were bad women. Just because they look good doesn't mean you gotta fuck with them.
In particular, women's increased participation in the workforce and in educational institutions. And it has altered traditional family dynamics. So, quite frankly, the intersection of gender expectations and economic realities can create tension and complicate the formation of nuclear families. It just is what.
Bro, you're not gonna get no nuclear family if you're believing in bad family dynamics, bro. It doesn't matter how much you self super chat yourself with people who are nowhere within this space but your channel. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you don't have any individual success without broken men. You have to keep ministering toward these people for success.
what it is.
Okay,
Today.
do you think that all men could be traditional and afford to have a full household in 2023 and carry the bills all themselves, particularly Black men? Do you think that's possible?
Say that again. I
Do
missed
you
that.
think it's possible that if we just gonna say in general, Black men wanted to be traditional and they wanted to afford the family, the household, and everything, and have a traditional wife that stays at home? Do you think that, and maybe she doesn't have much income at all or contribute much? Do you think that's possible and feasible or realistic in 2023? I
don't see it as realistic. I don't think you can put the genie back in the bottle, May. I think you're asking for a throwback. It's like it's anachronistic. Put it that way. Okay.
Well, that's gender roles, though. That's gender roles that you're talking about. They're switched around. And all I'm saying is I don't even know that if you wanted to do that, you could, because everything is so expensive. I mean, if we're just being realistic about what it costs to live, do you really want your wife to throw off her job and just stay home? Do how many men want that?
I personally, look, I've never demanded that women be submissive. Like, you will never find.
What? How else are you going to be able to get to this actual ideal solution if you don't demand that? Like, how are you going to be able to get to that solution if you don't demand that? Bro, how are you going to be able to have this? Okay, how are you going to be able to have this solution to your problem if you do not demand that your actual woman fucking be with you singularly as a human being? How are you going to be able to have this as a solution, bro? What? Say it again, truth as I know it. If she's not submissive, then what the fuck is she you're dealing with? What are you sticking your dick inside of? What just happened? He don't require her to be submissive at all. So what does he require of the woman? Let's let him fucking tell us.
Me say.
I can't imagine.
There are
No,
guys
sir.
Huh?
I can't imagine that you would feel that way.
You will not find me saying, I need a bitch to jump on one leg and do everything I tell her to do. Sorry to use the language. I mean, if you find it like reprehensible or whatever, but I mean,
I'm asking you, Gorrila, if you had a wife today and you had 2 kids, would you prefer that she bypass her 50,000 income or whatever she makes and just stay home, and then you take care and take on all the responsibility?
That's a yes or no question.
Is that do you think that's a real?
If I had it like that, I wouldn't give a fuck. If I was balling like that,
balling like that ain't $50,000 a year, nigga. Balling like that is not $50,000 a year. Balling like that isn't $50,000 a year, and you obviously don't have it like that. You're marketing toward broken men, obviously. But Jackie, he has to undermine the community. That's the only way he can stay ahead, is making sure that no other man makes it out of the environment.
Say balling, because most of us are not balling. I'm talking about average, everyday people.
Okay, my viewpoint, look, I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? This is how I was raised. I was raised by a mother, single mother, up until I was like 9 years old, and then she got remarried.
Raised by who? Who did what? Okay. Let's see if this is his mother's fault.
Okay. So this idea of, women don't work, like my mother worked. Like every family I knew in the community that I came from, both parents worked. Black people. I don't know like any stay-at-home women and shit like that. Like I do know there was a people who had a company called Butler Flowers that lived right next door to us on Kasuf Block. And they made flowers and shit. Miss Butler worked and her husband delivered the flowers. She put the flower ensembles together and her husband delivered them. Everybody worked. And if they didn't work formally, they worked informally. They babysitted kids and shit and got remunerated for it. I don't know anybody. My grandmother, she was a fucking nurse at Homer G. Phillips Hospital. I don't know women who did not work. I don't know them.
Okay.
So I'm just.
Well, we're talking about the niggas who didn't work, sir. This is not about the women. We know the women could have multiple jobs. Doing hair, all this type of shit, nursing. We know what the fuck women can do. We're talking about what the fuck you done. You. We're talking about what you done. Tell us about what you did.
Just saying, like the norm, the idea that like a man is the one who got to earn all the bread, and the woman.
That's not the case. If you're actually an actual unit, you share the money. What the fuck is this shit you're talking about?
Just gets to sit at the crib and do fucking absolutely nothing. I just don't know. I don't know it. I haven't had that experience. It's not something I saw. Look, it's not something that I witnessed as a child growing up. In fact, I didn't even witness it. I went to school with white boys, rich as a motherfucker. I'm talking about uber wealthy, stupid paid. Daddy's got car dealerships and shit. Motherfuckers own diamond stores. I'm serious as a heart attack. Diamond stores and shit like this. Their moms fucking worked.
So we agree that women having a job. So we agree that women having a job or income and work and purpose is a good thing. And so let's not confuse that with saying that the gender roles, because that's what I've heard people say. If women weren't in the workplace, men would have better jobs. They're competing against us. So we got to lose that. We got to lose that argument. And we just got to say that the economy does thrive because women are in the workforce, right?
But what we are saying,
product benefits.
I don't care if women work. I don't care if women earn stupid money. The only thing I say is, look, at the end of the day, see, people lose sight of what a family is actually supposed to be about. I've always argued that women always have had power. Like they've always had a say. They've always had impact over decision-making processes of the men that they've been partnered with throughout history. This whole notion that women.
So what the fuck is his argument? So what the fuck is his argument? What is his argument? What is his argument at this point? You want to argue for women to have less power, but you clearly acknowledge that women have more power than men in these relationships? So what are you arguing? Because you seem to be arguing the feminist talking point at this point. That women were always an equal partner in these relationships. This shit is crazy.
We're like in bondage and like at the lock and key of some master. It's a fucking fiction told by white women who actually own fucking slaves.
It's a fiction told by white women who own slaves now? What the fuck is this? You said that women always had power over the family and relationship structure. Now you're trying to blame slavery and white women for the fact that you ain't got power yourself. What the fuck is this?
That's all I've been saying. I'm not trying to take a look. I personally have only desired to have a cooperative person to work with, to build with, to develop a life with, to have children with.
He desired a 50-50 woman. He never desired to run his own household. He desired a 50-50 woman the entire time. A woman who would cooperate with his non-productive ass. That's what this dude actually desired. He never desired to be a leader in his own household. He only desired a woman who would allow him to go 50-50. I keep telling you about these 50-50 niggas.
But the notion, the idea, the concept of like, I need this bitch to do what I tell her to do. No, I don't need that. I need for you not to fucking throw me under the bus, goddamn.
You don't need that? You don't need that? You don't need that, right? So you want 50-50 situation, but you don't want 100% control. I keep telling you, these men are fucking dangerous as fuck. They don't want to lead shit.
I mean, because I don't throw men typically do not throw women under the bus.
Yeah, but you're doing it during your entire live stream. You're making it look like the woman does not need to have any sort of anything except for be a 50-50 partner with you. A woman need to be a 50-50 partnership with you. That's what it is. That's crazy, man.
We don't initiate processes where we create conflict such to the extent to which them people are involved.
What's this dude talking about? Is he reading again? Is he reading again? Has to be reading again because he's not on topic.
It's not the shit that we do. We want to stay away from them fucking people. But we get brought into the orbit of those people by our own fucking partners, so to speak. Now, I'm just telling you, I know what it's like to split from a woman that you got a child with, and then all of a sudden, this motherfucker brand new and shit. Trying to run game and control and being nasty. Like, this motherfucker, like, I don't even.
Okay, so you argue from one point of view that you don't want to be an equal partner with a woman. Now you're complaining about all the shit that a woman is getting away with because you're not an equal partner with her. Oof. Oof.
Even know who this is. Who is this?
Okay. I agree with you. People are tripping when it comes to marriage. It doesn't make sense that we have 5 years average to 8 years for marriage. You know, I have always said that the reality is that the Western world is fucked up. Okay. And I say that because we're approaching everything fucked up and then we want it to be perfect. And between the Hollywood fantasy of what marriage is supposed to be, that's where we have a problem. We also have a problem with hypergamy. I agree. I think that when I saw Cribs, y'all know back in the 90s, when we saw Cribs come out and we saw these car shows, they started making average everyday people think they had access to wealth. They started like feeding us fashion for marketing purposes. Let's be honest. I think all of us can agree that the marketing people, the brands and stuff like that, they started trying to act like we were all rich people, treating us that way, marketing to us that way. That was a big mistake as far as the people accepting that. I never accepted that. I still wear $5 stuff, you know? And what happened is women started wanting more. Men started wanting more. I think both of them just decided they needed things beyond their means.
But here's the difference with, but May, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But as a result, we've all upped the ante. All of us have done that. You got people driving Lexus. They ain't got no business on a Lexus. That's not even a big luxury car. But I'm just giving that as an example. The average person has upped the ante. And so when you have all agreed that we're all going to fake that we're rich and we're wealthy and we're going to have these lifestyles, then of course you need your partner to match in kind. Even if you ain't got it, you like, well, I'm looking for somebody who got it. I'm looking for somebody who can elevate me. That is a problem. That's a cultural problem. We lied to ourselves as a culture
but May,
and said we deserve.
I have to interrupt. I have to interject.
We deserve great lifestyles. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
I have to. Here's the thing, and this is one thing you got to understand about marriage. Stable family units often depend on strong community networks.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's when you already have established a strong community network. Not before you establish community network. Listen, there is no family unit possible that is expecting on everybody else to exhibit more discipline than the actual person who's formulating the unit. Dude, you can't say that. You can't say that, bro. You can't say it. It's literally dumb that you would say that.
It takes mentorship, and it takes social capital. And
no, nigga, mentorship means taking up for people who have not done what the fuck they supposed to do. When people have not chosen to mate properly, then we have to go after and save their kids. That's where the mentorship comes from. I do mentor kids. Their kids are actually younger. The parents are actually way older. I don't have a problem doing that from the church. As an atheist, I do not have a problem helping the black church. Let me tell you, I do not have a problem helping two-parent households at all. There are things that these older ass parents do not understand about these young ass kids, and they need to be protected from. But at the end of the day, it is no excuse for you not to have done the actual shit you need to have done within your own life. I'm sorry. That's no fucking excuse.
a culture that supports and endorses it. But there's been an erosion of these kinds of support systems, and they hinder family formation and stability. That's what I've been trying to argue. It's not, oh, I hate bitches, can't stand black bitches, these bitches are terrible, I fucking hate them. That's not it.
That is exactly what you're doing, sir. You're blaming everything on family creation when it was your choice to actually go in and actually engage in said behavior with the same type of woman, sir. What happened in this episode? Could you say that? What happened in this episode? Oof.
You don't hear me coming out saying I hate bitches?
Can you say that one more time? Because I think we agree. I just want to be clear. What you just said, can you say it one more time?
Stable family units depend on strong community networks.
Yes, absolutely.
It takes mentorship and social capital.
Yes.
And
well, for people who are way ahead of us, yes, it does. But it don't start off in the generation of non-productive people. It doesn't start away with generations of non-productive people that start. It just doesn't.
You have an erosion of support systems that actually are going to stop family formation and stability. It's not just your desire individually, subjectively, to make it happen. It has to be an environment that supports the institutions.
Okay, great.
But as I'm
what are
saying,
the environment? What are the things in the environment that are causing the?
I told you, like, yeah. I got doxed the motherfucker. I tried to explain. I wrote a paper called Thugs and Welfare Queens, and I said, after the Civil Rights Act, What eventually ended up happening was the governmental sector in the United States, whether it's left or right, I think both of them are equally pernicious. That's just my opinion. Okay. So I'm not either riding the dick of the donkey or the fucking elephant. Okay. All I'm trying to do is say this. The government in the United States decided to take up a prison-based carceral surveillance approach.
That is an actual elephant-based system, sir. Ever since after slavery was over, they tried to charge your ass with a felony so that way your ass couldn't vote. That's why they tried to make it okay for you to be charged for a felony for things that were misdemeanors, so that way your ass couldn't vote. There ain't no way that you don't fucking know this shit. There ain't no way that you don't know this. Yep. Again, we're just going back to this shit because he's inadequate. Therefore, white supremacy has to be perfect. Stupid as fuck.
Approach to dealing with black men, and it took a paternalistic, bureaucratic welfare state approach to dealing with black women. And they both have been.
Welfare went to everybody. Like, black people got it last, sir. Welfare went to everybody. It wasn't just a black thing. It wasn't. It was not a black thing by itself. Everybody got the shit. People individually decided whether or not they wanted to be a part of that system. And you have to be honest about that.
Equally damaging, but in different ways. They have divided us. Mm-hmm. They've created unstable communities and environments that don't permit for or don't encourage the development of strong family networks. It just doesn't. Now, me saying this is not saying I hate family, fuck family. It's not me saying that. Would you think I wanted to live life without having fucking kids, just no fucking involvement and shit like that? It's not.
Because you decided to do that based on the woman you chose. The woman you chose, you gotta be responsible for the woman you chose. Not everybody else. You chose that.
It's crazy.
So you do value it personally.
Come on, man. Like, we all value the shit. We're saying, like, black men, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, man.
I'm listening.
Men in the manosphere are pissed off with the attitudes of black women. First of all, we think that the motherfuckers.
Here we go with the obsidian shit. He wants to be pissed off by his outcomes, and he wanted to blame all black women for it. That's the problem. He don't want to actually acknowledge the type of woman that he got with in the first place. He said that he did not require submission from a fucking woman. Why the fuck would you try to lay down and to have kids with a woman who don't require submission? And this is an individual choice, by the way. I'm not saying men should or men shouldn't. I'm just saying at the end of the day that you're responsible for what you created, the outcome of it. Regardless, you can't be complaining to other women about shit that you actually fucking did. That's the problem. That's the only problem that I have.
Got their ass so far on their shoulders, it's ridiculous. Who gives a fuck about your education if you're not using it to team up with a man and develop a family and create a better fucking community? If it's all about being able to get red bottom shoes and bags and cars and shit and the floss and the go.
This is the shit that you actually support. While you trying to put it off on the woman, this is the dumb shit that your ass support too.
Jump on niggas' dicks with no motherfucking connection other than some sort of hedonistic impulse like a pig can have, then what the fuck value does it have? And the same for men. I hold people who are male and female equally accountable.
You don't hold male and female equally accountable. So I've seen this ice cream cake dude in here 2 times. Let's go back to the first one.
always said, and I will continue to say, I've said this ad nauseum, and people don't seem to get it when I say it. They just take bits and pieces of shit that they don't like and then create a hodgepodge of ideology that they can use to justify their own sick and toxic actions. But at the end of the day, I said, both men and women have the capacity to exhibit virtue or vice. That's all I've said.
But this is your fault still, not hers.
The only thing I've been critical of is this narrative that the only problems in the black community come from pathological black men. That there aren't external forces that are at work like the devil trying to keep us confused and to understand what the fuck the real thing is going on. So
that's what you're doing. You're doing that. You're blaming the devil for shit you're doing. You're doing this.
Your first epistemological understanding mode is something I advocate for. I've been doing. But the problem is, how can you develop stable family networks when the law, the community itself, when economic, educational institutions, financial institutions, corporate structures are doing everything that they can to explode us and to divide and conquer us? And
what are you talking about? You're trying to divide and conquer us by coming into a space called the Black Manosphere, talking about your bitch ass issues. You did not come to the Black Manosphere to talk about how you warn against anything that you're actually talking about. You're trying to feed men into those actual situations that you're actually talking about, period. That's what the fuck you're doing. And it's so obvious that you're doing that. I can't believe this shit went on this long. I thought this shit would be over by now.
Not only that, I want to do a show at some point, and I'll probably end up doing this with Obsidian if he agrees to do it. We've been in dialogue with each other behind the scenes. But ultimately,
of course you would be, because you're not serious. Like Obsidian's not serious. No one takes Obsidian serious. Nobody fucking brings on Obsidian to talk about black male progress. The only person who would actually bring Obsidian on is a nigga who's equally not serious. Like Green Gorilla or Tia-San Johnson well, actually Tia-San Johnson, I haven't had him on. But no one brings Obsidian on unless you're not serious. Unless you want the not serious about progress brand, that's what the fuck Obsidian's on.
What I want to do is say this. The left in the United States had an option. Either continue to support the New Deal-based policies that had been in existence prior to the Civil Rights Act, or to basically just go with this whole idea of the politics of recognition. Like it's all identity politics based.
Bullshit. Dude, the Democratic Party since and they can do this shit with people who don't understand or know history. The Democratic Party since Roosevelt has been a working class party. Always have. It's not actually the fault of Reagan, where he found disaffected liberals who wanted to believe in that racist bullshit from the Republican Party, but just call themselves a Democrat by doing so. Like he's lying to you about the history. There was never a point to where Democratic liberals was ever in control of Mississippi. Even when they were Democratic conservatives way back in the day, those people did not give a fuck about anybody but white man's needs. Period. This is why it's very hard to argue with anybody from Mississippi about the shit that you're actually talking about. Because it's not possible.
Which leads to victimization. And different groups claiming, well, I'm more oppressed than you. I need more help.
Yeah, it's victimhood Olympics. That's what it is. That's what you're advocating for.
Than you. This is what the left has done. They've created this environment. But the environment was initially intended.
What is the right created, sir? Never about what the right has created. It's all about what the left has created. What is the right created? What is the right created? Never any type of problem about what the writers created. Say it again. Your only option is the women who are causing problems.
Intended to give black people an economic floor. And to
Okay.
stop them from being fucking holes down and tied up like hogs from fucking poplar trees. It wasn't designed for white women to enter the fucking workforce. Not to say that I got a problem with them being in the workforce, but the problem was to redress the injustices of slavery, and they kicked the can down the road, and instead of fucking doing it, they gave white women jobs, which should have went to black men, quite frankly, which would have led to or contributed to.
Here we go. White women jobs should have went to black men. That's why we at the bottom. Because you want to know why? The white women got the jobs and we should have had them. Not that we should have skilled up or anything else. The only thing is that the job should have went toward us. We shouldn't have to compete for them. And this is how you get the actual bullshit. PhD bullshit niggas like him turn around trying to turn you into an actual fucking victim. Did Elliot Movement ask Green Gorilla to show his face, but he want to see minds? Did anybody notice that he always leave fuck niggas like BGS Edmore and Green Gorilla out of the showing their face contingent, but he want to see minds for some reason? Crazy, huh? Am I the only person picking this up?
Your beatific vision of what the family should be like.
You know something, this thing that they've been doing, the trick thing, it's been going on forever. And we like you said earlier, and we agreed on, we just got to know what the environment is. They ain't gonna never do right by us. That's just not the design of this country. They're always going to provide barriers and problems for us. And us knowing that, we just have to move different. And that's what I argue.
Barriers and problems that these dumb motherfuckers like Green Gorilla actually have not went past. He loves, and I mean absolutely loves, these actual ideas of these problems being here. You want to know why? He doesn't have to produce. If men had access to their fucking kids, do you think they would send them to Green Gorilla or fucking BGS Edmore? No. They'll find out who these dudes are, and they would go through and they would fucking execute these dudes. They would not even allow these type of men to exist in society because they would know as older men the type of men that these people create. But everybody else needs to cam up and do all this stupid shit, right? All right.
We got to move different. We got to move in spite of.
We're trying to move different.
But I'm saying,
like you said,
war against women.
Who the fuck is we? Nigga, you on the side of weak ass men. You're not on the side of actual men.
And us not finding each other, let's just keep it real. We're going to go back to women again. Because, the hypergamy and all this stuff, you said it, and men and women have this elevated expectation of each other. On men's side, men want somebody who's got this tight booty, and they want some big titties, and they want somebody who got hair down to her back, but it's her real hair, and she got to be beautiful in the face, and all this type of stuff. Men have it too. They have very unrealistic, because they have access to all this pornography and women online and pictures and dating sites. Men have some stuff too that's barriers. They don't want the average chick. I'm an average looking chick, right? And there's a lot of men who'd be like, no matter what they look like, oh, she ain't fine enough. She's not a size 6. So y'all got that on y'all's end too. And Mr. St. Kevin contributed to that, making men think that women had no value if they weren't a certain age and a certain look. That's devaluing women. That's a separation. And the same thing, women are devaluing men, saying, my husband, for example, has 1 degree. He has a Bachelor of Science. I have 5 degrees. What fuck difference does it make? He's a man, a strong, smart man. What the fuck difference does it make? How many degrees? We're not competing against each other. I did what my father told me to do. That's what happened.
But peep game, May.
I'm listening.
You get in a situation where women, like especially black women, like every stereotype is an excess of something that's actually true. Okay, and I don't like stereotypes like they go overboard, but like in the case of black women, a lot of y'all like just got some bad fucking attitudes. Like, I mean, it's just like, damn, I know you don't want to be told what to do. I ain't even trying to.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? It's almost like everything that May say, you have to insert manosphere talking points as if it's something that you can just bullshit your way through a conversation with. You can't do that. You have to answer her point. You have not answered her points in any shape, way, form, or fashion. You haven't. There's no way you have.
Like, even me having this conversation with you, like, if I was you called me a chauvinist. You did. You basically was like, you sexy chauvinist pig motherfucker. You know, you asshole nigga. You feel like you can go back to the days of Archie Bunker and tell Edith what to do. I'm like, no, man.
Y'all love calling me to the carpet. Go ahead.
But at the end of the day, you are trying to call her to the carpet to do that. For real. You are. He did. He did. He's an infinite victim.
All I said was, damn, this is what I said to you. Real talk. I said you married. And from what it seems like to me is you're happily married. So then the question becomes, like, why are you hovering around the fucking black manosphere? That's all I ask.
Nigga, as a person who's a PhD, the question should be, how come your unproductive, failed ass is around the black manosphere? Not her being here. Her being here asking you legitimate questions about where you're trying to take this place, that's not her problem. She's asking you legitimate questions. It's almost as if you want to be around uncultured fucking men with no level of responsibility, and it's her fault for her pointing out your bullshit.
Now, it might sound like to you I was trying to insult you, but bitter experience has brought me to this place.
What
a
type
desire
of
to understand the various systems and structures outside of myself and maybe even some of my own shortcomings. What led me to this place? Am I fucking crazy? I don't seem like I'm living in the world with an attitude of fuck everybody. I love people. I'm witty. I'm social. I like to have fun. I like to fucking be, gregarious and shit. I don't have a problem with extending myself to others, provided that they extend themselves to me.
I told Sexy Red when I talked about you to her, I said, he is really actually a charming guy. You're not what I assumed, So
I don't look, yeah. But people assume that, I'm like this evil motherfucker. Like, all I did was call myself, look, first of all, just so people know, I've been so-called doxxed recently. But I'm going to tell you motherfuckers, and you go fact checking on your own. I have been convicted in my lifetime of one felony. One. Not multiple. Now, I've been charged with some shit, but I've only been convicted of one felony.
What the fuck does that have to do with your arguments, bro?
In my fucking life. That's possession with intent to distribute crack cocaine. That is it.
And your ass should be dead because of it. You should be dead because of that. You should be dead because of that. Coming out here being on this bullshit today, outside of that, you should be dead because of that. Why the fuck would you come out here and admit that you sold poison to your own people? Why the fuck would you be alive in our culture having to admit that? That just admits how weak the culture is for men. Why the fuck should you be alive? Okay, give me a reason. Why did you sell dope to your people? Okay, so you care about black boys. So let's say you sold dope to a fucking man who didn't have his shit together. who took time away from his family to be on that dope that you were selling them. Do you think that's a good thing? Okay, let's say if it's a woman. Let's say if it's a woman. Let's say if it's a fucking woman that you sold that shit to and she ended up having to sell her fucking body to get that goddamn coke. You think it's a good idea that she sold her fucking body to get that shit from you? You think that's a good idea? You think that's okay? You think that lets you off the hook? Why would that let you off the hook for that, sir? Why? This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, why the fuck is it a problem? Like, oh, I admitted I did wrong. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what are you talking about? All these
Now I
fucking
might
emojis and
have a
shit.
misdemeanor or some shit like that from running a light or some bullshit like that, whatever. I don't have any other felonies than that. That's a fact. Because I know my own record. You can go look up a whole bunch of shit of what you see on the internet or whatever, but
Well, bro, you can plead down everything that you fucking get charged for, man. Let's stop playing games with us. What was you arrested for?
I know what the fuck the real is. So at the end of the day, I'm not like no maniacal motherfucker. I ain't out here murdering people for no. Well, let me, because that implicates me as being a murderer. But I ain't gonna say I ain't never been into no gangster shit, because I have. That's where I'm from. If you coming to me with some ignorant shit, I'm gonna fuck you up, bro. If I have the wherewithal to do so. Not that I want to. I want to live peaceably. I want to chill. So
How can you chill when you did this shit to other people, man? Like, what's going on here, bro?
all I've desired to do, chill, have a good fucking time. But all I've said is both men and women can exhibit either virtue or vice. Both men and women can err in moral judgment and have character flaws. But it just seems like all we do is hyper focus on what black men are doing. And now that we have some pushback against some of the shit that black women are doing, there's a fucking resistance to it.
Bro, the only thing you have to do is choose better, bro. You'll be past this shit. All you have to do is choose better. Not even be associated with none of this bullshit from the past. That's the only thing you had to do. But you need these broken people for a fucking audience, though. That's the whole thing that has this thing as a problem. Like, you sold poison to your own people, dude. You did that.
So fucking toxic and pathological that we can't even fucking contend with it. We can't even do it. And I just don't understand why. We want all of this equality. We want freedom. We say we want truth.
Yeah, and you have to fight for that. A nigga like you, they would bring you around legitimate people and they'll laugh your ass out the room, bro.
And now
You did.
Okay.
They don't like them. Yeah, that's all.
So let me say this, okay?
Do you think that's possible?
Say that again. I
Do
missed
you
that.
think it's possible that if we just gonna say in general, black men wanted to be traditional and they wanted
Babysitted kids and shit and got remunerated for it. I don't know anybody. My grandmother, she was a fucking nurse at Homer G. Phillips Hospital. All of a sudden, this motherfucker brand new and shit. Trying to run game and control and being nasty. Like, this motherfucker, like, I don't even know who this is. Who is this?
Okay. I agree with you. People are tripping when it comes to marriage. It doesn't make sense that we have 5 years average to 8 years for marriage. You know, I have always said that the reality is that the Western world is fucked up. Okay. And I say that because we're approaching everything fucked up and then we want it to be perfect. And between the Hollywood fantasy of what marriage is supposed to be, that's where we have a problem. We also have a problem with hypergamy. I agree. I think that when I saw
do is say this: the left.
This ain't got nothing to do with the left. But because there has to be some people out here who think this is a good fucking idea, and this is the people who's gonna come on. And I want to invite people to come on and actually explain this shit. Could you come on and could you explain the shit? This is for the people who support and the people who don't. At the end of the day, these dudes should be dead. They should be nowhere around us, period. These people should be nowhere near us in any shape, way, form, or fashion. Could the moderator pin that actual link to the top to see if we have some individuals who want to come on and have a rational conversation about what we heard thus far? Because there has to be somebody. There has to be somebody who thinks this is the case. I'm not sure about that. Like that's something that's definitely possible depending on what state you're in. But I don't think that's an option for every prison that you're in, period. The only states that I know about the prison population is Mississippi and Colorado. It's definitely not it's definitely not a possibility in Mississippi. That's for certain. I man, I mean, but people want to hear shit like that, man. Like people want to hear shit like that. They do. They do want to hear shit like that. Like I don't know why they want to hear shit like that, but they do. You mean to tell me that all these people within this space and there's nobody who can answer for this shit? Nobody? There has to be somebody. Oh, I don't want any of his people over here. But at the end of the day, if you could be able to actually come through and describe in a positive fashion what is this supposed to do for men who want to get their shit together and not have these actual instances go on, I want to hear it. I really do want to hear it. I don't think I'm wrong with the actual assessment of what I'm actually talking about. But for some reason, people want to be right without actually explaining themselves. And I think this is where we're currently at. I mean, I've seen portions of it, but I don't know when that was done. Because I don't think any institution would actually line themselves up to actually having themselves being actually represented by that. To be quite honest with you, Ice Cream Cake, I don't know if there would be any instance to where he would want to actually embarrass his school like that. Again, like I said earlier, be just it more, and the rest of the dudes he brought to this space, I have no love for. Period. We actually did. We actually depend on different things to make it in society, and I don't want these dudes to live any second longer than they actually have been here. These people are despicable. They should not be actually addressed as being part of our actual situation. These people do not care about the future of anybody but themselves. Oh, of course you could. Of course you could. But at the end of the day, most of these people don't have any sight or any soul like the rest of these dudes. I don't want these dudes around me. I don't want them representing black culture. I don't want them coming online and talking all this shit about how they give a damn about progress. Because they clearly don't. They clearly depend on all these broken men to move this stuff ahead and forward. That's where they are at. So with that said, since ain't nobody coming up, can't say I don't drop the link. I'm the man tomorrow. Thank you guys for like, comment, sharing, and subscribe. And you guys have a really nice rest of y'all day. Don't crush, don't trust these green gorillas, man. Oh, oh, what's going on, man?
What's happening, bro? What's happening,
Oh,
man?
I was about to hit the button, man. What's going on?
No, not just just kind of wanted to go into the fact that I don't know, man. There's got to be a way to kind of remove these people from this space, because I think these people are going to destroy uh, all amounts of progress the longer they're here. You know, I sat there for about an hour. All I heard was, this shit don't happen because of this. That shit don't happen because of that.
All
Blame,
deflections, man. All deflections.
blame this shit on this person. Blame that shit on that person. White
I mean,
supremacy.
but educated dudes know how to do that.
It,
Like I said,
it,
I've been through these PA, like, dude, like after I took the first two classes, I went to the actual residency, and I seen how these people took simplistic issues that had simplistic solutions, and they blamed it on shit that was irrelevant, and they were so convinced of it. I could be like, these people are full of shit. I don't want to be.
yeah, I mean, see, this shit is selective and disingenuous as fuck, man. Like, and to be perfectly honest with you, where does this come from? This comes from this comes from people in real life that basically celebrate these people instead of putting them in the back of the line where they deserve to be. Some of these people shouldn't even have an ability to speak on issues,
Oh
because
yeah,
they
oh yeah.
because they've surrendered that shit based on the fact that they did what they did. People in other communities don't let these kind of people even have a remote way of speaking for people, because they know that these people are a damaged character witness on the stand, bro. They
Oh yeah.
they they, they can't take the stand. They have no credibility. It's just, I don't know, man. Uh thank God I didn't grow up with ain't shit people like this.
But you easily could have.
I know.
And that's what he's trolling for. He's trolling for the individuals who easily could have parked, what I'm saying, backside in to the people in the parking lot. If he was parked front ways in, he probably would have got out of there. But the
Yeah.
fact that he had to go through so many people to move his car, that that's the issue that we have here. That
Yeah.
people do not want to actually make it look like you can't get out of parole or whatever. That's not true.
I mean, look, I'm glad he's an educator, because I wouldn't have nothing to do with him in my
Oh
life.
no. And the only way you can do that is by being an educator.
Yeah.
You can be an educator in this space. Like, okay, let's just take the fact that he's an educator out this situation. Can you tell me any group of people who would bring this dude on to talk to their son or daughter about anything that's happening in their community that they should pay attention to? The answer is no, they wouldn't.
No, no.
They would hunt this person down. They would get them the hell up out of there as soon as possible. If not, investigate every association this person would have outside of the association that he currently have now.
Because to be perfectly honest with you, just being a teacher doesn't mean shit. You have to
Not
understand
not
that
now. It
that
doesn't
that,
mean anything.
that, that in other communities, every part of your record is scrutinized.
All of it.
For for good reason in this case. You know, so I mean, it's just I don't know, man. I know people like this in my personal life, and
Oh, I do too. I do
and
too.
I stay 100 miles away from people like this at all times.
As you should.
You know, it's just it's crazy, man. It's crazy. You know,
I mean,
the
but
the, the
like most of
problem.
these people don't care. They just want their bullshit point of view to be heard, and they don't care about who's saying it, and
The
that's the problem.
the problem is when kids and younger adults get in with dudes like this, it takes forever for them to get deprogrammed, and that's
It
if
takes
they
as
ever
much as a
do.
long time that they spent in this shit to get out of it.
Right,
Dude, I
and
met dudes in their 30s who
that's if they ever do.
they don't get out of it. Because you
Right.
have to understand that they have to spend twice as long of a period of time deprogramming and not associating themselves with the masculinity associated with that. What do you
Yeah.
do when you get somebody who's community institutionalized to the point to where they have to see this shit through? That's
Yeah.
what they're here to do. Most of these people within the manosphere are here to spread their bad relationship failures with the people who they had them with as normal operating procedures with the people who they're doing it with. They're doing that shit on purpose. They know it is very easy to do that.
Correct.
They're not dumb. They're doing this shit specifically and on purpose with a very specific goal. They're not stupid. They know what they're doing.
The problem with stuff like this and the reason this keeps happening is because there's no consequence to dealing with these people.
That's the only reason why it keeps
There's
happening.
there's
My
there's
grandfather,
there's
there was
no
consequences.
there's no consequences, bro. So these types of people can say whatever they want, do whatever they want, and still have enough people to give them bullshit super chats and stuff like that, and it is what it is. And this is why people like me and people like you and most of the people in the chat don't fuck with this space like that because we we cannot we don't deal with these people in our real life. And to be perfectly honest with you, I'd be goddamn a fucking piece of shit if I dealt with those people on an internet platform itself. I don't care what the hell it is. It's a matter of standards. It's a matter of what I stand up for. And it's a matter of if I deal with people like this, I don't have any credibility in my private life because I'm doing something in this space that I don't do in my private life. So that's why I can't stand people like this.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. It's just that people want to kind of mesh the two worlds together. I'm like, there's no meshing of these two worlds, bro. You're with them. Your conversation is about women that you should dodge and stay away from, bro. You're not with us. Dude, you
Yeah.
can call yourself whatever you want to. Thinking black man, what the fuck ever. If your actual conversation is about women that you should stay the fuck away from and not about male progress, period, dude, you're not one of us. The only thing you're trying to do is you're trying to mesh the actual MAGA world with the bullshit that you actually spitting. And I ain't with that shit, man. I'm sick and tired of these motherfuckers coming here being on this bullshit around us, man. I'm sick of it. Every time you look around, there's always somebody who's trying to remix some shit and represent it to the general public like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm sick of it. Sick of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's where we at. I mean, people think that they can spend this time in these compromised zones and it don't affect them. They actually do think that.
You know, it's just a lot of us a lot of us did a lot to stay away from people like this in our private life. Really did. And I'm gonna tell everybody, man, like stay away from dudes like this because the thing really is, what can a dude like this really teach
Yes, like so imagine if you invite this person inside your house to talk to your fucking son. What are you going to be able to listen to this individual talk to you about that you're going to be proud of that they're going to teach your son?
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
There's no way you can be. There's no way that you can be proud of this shit. There's no way you can be.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's
Yes. I mean, dude, look. Air Force One, listen, man. Nobody did this shit for me. I had to learn all this shit on my own over years of dealing with bullshit niggas, and it was just very simple. No career field, no trajectory, don't trust them.
Yeah.
If you're trying to hide yourself within black culture, the failure of black culture, don't trust these people. They have an actual point of keeping this shit going forever.
correct. I mean, but the thing is, and I've said this before, and you've said this before. The only way they keep doing this is for people to follow the plan right into
Correct.
the black hole.
To its completion.
Yeah.
To its completion.
It's,
And they know that.
yeah. This
They
this
know
is
that. They're
this
not
is
dumb.
this
They're
is
not
like this is like Reptile in the Mortal Kombat 1 trailer. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Uh,
Yes. And it's an
I can,
explanation of his actual backstory.
yeah. I can only shape shift from my human form to my original form, kind of shit. That's all it is. That's all it is. You know what I mean?
And also, people hated me because I had a human form.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That too.
Pretty much.
But that's where we're at.
Pretty much. I mean, but really, these people are like, they're really Baraka, bro.
They are.
They're
They are.
Baraka. They're Baraka.
Totally Tarkatan, with the actual embeds on the arms and shit, as if he
Yeah.
didn't look bad enough before. That's what these dudes are, man.
Yeah.
And even though you see Melina's backstory, where she had the Tarkatan quote unquote disease, but that's what they own, man. That's what they own.
Yeah.
They are on this shit to where they want to be able to corrupt and destroy everything.
Correct.
Before these dudes get the truth, that they don't have to deal with this shit, and that's what they own.
Correct. I mean, it was obvious because I said this in a comment in the chat. The reason he's so frustrated, bro, is because he's a Pookie that really understood that when you grow up and you're in a grown-up world, the Pookiness doesn't work. Pookiness is not a currency. And that's why
no.
that's why he's so frustrated, because he's trying to alpha his way through everything, and that shit don't work. You understand what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, you some 50-year-old dude, 40-year-old dude, whatever the hell it is, and you pretty much like an adjunct faculty member, making whatever them kind of guys make. If you get tenure, good for you, man. But for real, like, you ain't really hitting on shit like that.
And nobody would trust you to be hitting on shit like that either.
Yeah. I mean, people like these, man, like, they're not the type of people whose mind you would suggest to be in a position of power. You want to keep these types of people as far away from power as the Indian Ocean is to the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah. Just
yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like people want to forgive these people more than they deserve to be forgiven for. And that's how they stay alive.
Correct.
They push the rhetoric that actually forgives them for their past by concentrating on all these other dumbass things that have nothing to do with the present.
Correct. Yeah, man. Look, Air Force One, bro. Look, man. Do what you're supposed to do, and you know what that is. Ain't no, well, like, once you figured it out, you really don't need nobody to tell you nothing.
Nothing.
Just just do what you're supposed to do, and that's your decision to make. There's more than one way to actually do this the right way. That's it.
And at the end of the day, the whole point of my channel is to stop you from listening and start participating in your own real life. You're gonna have all the fun of not listening to me and participating in your own life about shit. Listening to these older men talk about their failures in life ain't gonna get you nowhere. It didn't get them to the women either.
100%. The thing is, stupid people learn by making mistakes. Smart people learn by seeing other people make mistakes and not repeating those. So if you want to take anything from this, you know what mistakes not to make by looking at what these people did. That's it. And the other thing is, man, I don't know where these people found these people to kind of copy this outcome, but I don't know anybody that was as broke, busted, and disgusted as the people he was talking about. I didn't grow up with people like that. I
Me
grew up
neither.
I grew up with independent business owners, members of the community, church going folk, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
did too.
that's it. That's it. I don't know where the hell these people come from. But but that's the thing though. May said something. She's like, look, I don't know where all this ain't shit black people come from for the way y'all talking about it. Because the people that I knew, the people I grew up with, were honorable to a fault. They were honorable to a fault. Honor meant everything to us. So, it's crazy, man. But anyway, yeah, it just shows you that there are people you should never listen to a word from. All these people, like with their old school jail stories, old school like I did this shit when I was young kind of shit, man. You should stay the fuck away from them.
Yeah.
100%. They have no currency to give you. They have no skills, no abilities, no honor to pass down. That's it. You know,
I mean, but that's what they want, though. They want a society to which they can exist as the oldest form of the masculinity there, but they don't have to deal with masculine men outside of that. I don't know how that's going to work.
correct. And I'll tell you something else. If you deal with people like that, just try and get your shit together. Try and punch above somebody's weight class. They'll pull you right down and they'll bury you in the ground so that you don't
And you
go.
won't have to worry about these dudes. You will never have to worry about these dudes.
Yeah.
I've seen these people. They come in with minimal resources. They try to attach themselves to somebody else's concept. They come in, burrow in, destroy the concept, destroy the entire business, and move on to somebody else who don't know any better, and they offer somebody else's personal service.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I don't
Well,
even think there's anything wrong with space. There's something wrong with the
but
people. There's always
but
been something wrong with the people.
but you know what it is? I mean, truth is here. And truth always used to tell me and tell us on his videos that people like BGS and his ilk speak weakness, disharmony, and disorder into black men. And
Correct.
this is what that shit is. Shout out to Truth for saying that, because he was like one of the first people that I ever saw that actually addressed it the way that he addressed it. But it's true, it's crazy. It's crazy.
But it's their fault for engaging in it. Like these people are not that green.
Yeah,
They understand that how this stuff works to some extent.
yeah,
But they decided to not even care about it. Period. And that's where I had a problem. where these things are like piling up on the highway, and you understand that if we did things this way, we can get rid of all this labor. They're like, well, we're not about trying to get rid of the labor. I'm like, oh, okay, it's one of those places.
Right.
That's
See,
just where we at, man. Like, bro, like, I'm not sure how you reprogram everybody else within the culture, but we know that what they're doing ain't working either.
I mean, the first step to reprogramming people is to get them the fuck away from people like this.
Oh yeah, because they'll listen to their stuff, and a day and a half later, they're trying to come in
No,
for
I mean, bro,
jobs
look,
or whatever.
their fucking brain will rot listening to this shit. You know, it's crazy. I wouldn't hire somebody if I was a manager or Target if they knew they dealt with people like this. Fuck that shit. You know,
But that's where we're at, though. Like,
it's
we're at the point to where we gotta be able to get this stuff on the road, or there ain't gonna be
it's
no
a
us left in the future.
it's a matter of standards and expectations. That's what it is. You set the standards, and based on those standards, the expectations come with the fact that you set the standard. And it is what it is. I mean, usually I have sympathy for people, bro, but I don't have sympathy for shit like this.
Not
It,
anymore. I mean, because you gotta be able to create the stuff that you want to see in other places.
but I
No
but
one's
I
gonna
tell
do
you
that for
this.
you.
I've told you this privately too. This is part of the problem that I have with this left wing education system giving everybody a shot. The shot has to be earned, bro. People like this should never be anywhere close to being an educator. That shit should be an honor to do. People like this should basically just be like community people that basically just become the community loser who's just walking around that nobody really gives a shit about. People like this shouldn't have the power to educate other people.
Oh, sure, but
And, and,
they do it
and if
anyway,
they
and they
and
fight
if
for it
they do
anyway.
and if they do, to be perfectly honest with you, like I didn't hear one shred of accountability on any of this shit. We spent like an hour watching this shit. Could
Wow.
anybody? I mean, think about that. Hour and a half. Was there any accountability for the stupid shit that he did? You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, like fuck the trauma bonding, man. Like, look, if you want to do something with your life, don't waste time, especially with people like this. But anyway, MOT, I'm gone, man. I can't stay up too long. I got
I
to
got
time.
you, man. I
I got
got
to
you.
empty my brain of this fuck shit.
I know,
You
man. You know,
know?
you have to be able to drain the syringe sometimes, and it's
Oh my
just that
god.
once listening to this stuff, you're about to be like, who's the audience for this?
Yeah. See, I don't
Who's
even
the audience?
I don't even get emotional about this shit anymore. I just it doesn't even bother me because I know that we have enough of these people that I've just kind of gotten acclimatized to this environment here. And it's an unfortunate thing, but it is what it is. But look, man, anybody
Yeah.
here, just just go get what you're supposed to get, man. You ain't even need to gotta worry about this shit. Yeah. And to be perfectly honest with you, for people that are following this path, I mean, hey, man, let them get what's coming to them. That's it. I don't even have the patience to worry about this. I got enough time worrying about myself and the shit I'm already doing. That's it.
All right, man. Well, thank you for coming through, man.
All right,
It was
brother.
just a hard listen when people are misstating history for reasons that are extremely singular,
Yeah. Well,
and I want thank you for coming through, man.
it's because they've got to set a narrative. It's the same thing that BGS does on every stream that he puts out. You know, like does anybody really think that anything that BGS says, being in the space long enough, is really truthful, or is it turned in a way to fit a narrative that he wants to present? And then when you come in there and blow up that narrative, which for people like me is easy to do because I smell bullshit and I know how to disengage from bullshit real quick, then you turn into somebody that's not quote unquote qualified. But the thing is, I don't know what his qualifications is other than being somebody's internet daddy and shit, So it is what it is. And part of the reason we are the way that we are is because we're fighting for the product not to be ineffective. People like me, you, Rael, and others, we don't need to be here. We could just say, hey, man, let all the people just fucking die. We don't care. Shit, we could go scorched earth if we wanted to. What's stopping us? But the whole thing is, we don't want people to be ineffectual because somehow, some way, we still have a modicum of hope and a modicum of positivity in a space like this. And but the problem is, though, being in a space like this, my concept of positivity is starting to fall apart. So it is what it is. But anyway, man, everybody have a good night.
All right, man. You. Thank you
All
for
right,
coming through. And
you
this
too, man.
stuff is very important for people to actually get. Because these people are not going to do anything but just keep multiplying into this space and try to take as many men that they could be possible off of their actual path of productivity and to be concentrated on complaining about women, which does not solve your problem. They haven't solved the problem in their own case. So thank you for coming through, man. You have a nice night.
All right, brother, you too.
All right.